the grit on the ground.
That's the purpose of Remit Hope, a trusted connection, a bridge between hearts and hands, transparent, scalable, purpose-built.
Because when you give through Remit Hope, your impact multiplies. Every dollar is matched. You send $100, it becomes $200.
That's not just giving, that's doubling the difference.
You're not just sending money anymore. You're investing in classrooms, clinics, clean water, mothers and children, plus so much more.
You're shaping futures with precision, with purpose.
Let's do more together. No donation.
But with no clear path to fuel lasting change.
Now imagine if we could link these two powerful forces together. Generosity on one hand, and the grit on the ground.
That's the purpose of Remit Hope, a trusted connection, a bridge between hearts and hands, transparent, scalable, purpose-built.
Because when you give through Remit Hope, your impact multiplies. Every dollar is matched. You send $100, it becomes $200.
That's not just giving, that's doubling the difference.
You're not just sending money anymore. You're investing in classrooms, clinics, clean water, mothers and children, plus so much more.
You're shaping futures with precision, with purpose.
Let's do more together. No donation is too small. to make a difference.
The African Export-Import Bank, a proudly Pan-African institution inspired by our forebears, established by treaty, mandated to finance, facilitate, and ultimately transform the structure of Africa's trade and deliver lasting impact for our great continent. For over 30 years, we have taken decisive action through innovative instruments to accelerate industrialization and intra-regional trade and power economic growth. We've dispersed over $100 billion and grown into an organization with over $37 billion in total assets and guarantees and $6 billion in shareholders' funds. Our mandate: to finance, promote, and facilitate intra- and extra-African trade via credit, risk-bearing, payment services, trade information, and advisory services. Our vision: to transform Africa's trade. Our mission: to stimulate a consistent expansion, diversification, and development of African trade, while operating as a first-class, profit-oriented, socially responsible financial institution and a center of excellence in African trade matters. We have evolved significantly through the decades to become the Afreximbank Group, with Afreximbank at its heart, now augmented by its subsidiaries and managed trust funds. Our subsidiaries are FEDA, the Fund for Export Development in Africa, the bank's Impact Equity Fund, providing long-term funding for export manufacturing, intra-Africa trade, and value-added services to help transform Africa's trade. And Afrexinsure, offering specialized insurance to clients engaged in trade and trade-enabling investments in Africa. Built on our deep understanding of the African market, our risk expertise, and presence across the continent. We are headquartered in Cairo with 6 regional offices and a Caribbean office in Barbados, opened in August 2023. Our shareholding structure is unique, with 4 classes agreed on the basis of public-private partnership to help us deliver on the vision of pursuing trade development through commercial approaches. And as of today, we represent a global Africa with 52 participating African states and 11 participating Caribbean states, determined to drive shared prosperity. Our strategy is focused on realizing lasting impact through purposeful interventions, aligning with Africa's development priorities, and based on 4 key pillars: intra-African trade and AFCFTA implementation, industrialization and export development, leadership in global trade banking in Africa, and financial sustainability. Through Pillar 1, we aim to finance and extend promotion of intra-African trade by developing key, often groundbreaking interventionist initiatives, including the Intra-African Trade Fair, created in collaboration with the African Union Commission and AFCFTA Secretariat. The premier cross-sector platform driving exposure and information exchange for Africa's brands, goods, and services. The AFCFTA Adjustment Fund to help African states adjust to the new liberated and integrated AFCFTA trading environment by mitigating against tariff revenue losses, including through compensation for eligible countries. The Afreximbank African Collaborative Transit Guarantee Scheme to streamline the movement of goods across 110 African borders, which began operation in the COMESA region with the intention to run continent-wide in time. And the Creative Africa Nexus, CANEX, our flagship program to help Africa's creative and cultural industries, which seeks to position Africa's creative enterprises as attractive commercial assets, as viable components of global investment portfolios, and to enable strong African presence in global creative clusters. For Pillar 2, we have introduced multiple life-changing programs that stimulate the expansion and diversification of Africa's production and trade. Namely, the African Medical Center of Excellence, to improve Africa's healthcare landscape, mandated to develop quaternary-level hospitals in the sub-regions of Africa, specializing in complex diseases, saving and improving lives with full-service oncology, hematology, cardiology, general healthcare, and other essential services, including academic, residential, hospitality, and retail. our African Quality Assurance Centers to offer state-of-the-art facilities for testing, certification, inspection, and training services to put Africa's products on the global stage where they belong. Industrial parks and export processing zones will continue to play an active role in establishing these across Africa to advance industrialization in the face of the commodity dependence that affects many of Africa's nations. And the bank's Project Preparation Unit, which supports the supply of investment-ready projects to bridge the infrastructure deficit on the continent. To this end, our Project Preparation Fund was established to address funding constraints to the preparation of bankable strategic development projects. For Pillar 3, we offer a range of financial programs and project financing to positively impact trade and economic development across the African continent, including our Trade Finance Program, which aims to consolidate and extend the bank's efforts to promote and finance African trade, with a strong focus on intra-African trade. It is intended to contribute towards building robust domestic and continental supply chains that enable a seamless flow of goods and services across Africa. And via our direct financing program, the bank provides pre- and post-export financing and trade-related corporate facilities directly to corporates. We also continually develop new initiatives and programs to expand our trade finance offerings, promote capacity building, and drive continuous innovation and digitalization. For instance, our Africa Trade Gateway, ATG, Solutions Marketplace, designed to support financial institutions and corporates with a digital trade ecosystem that integrates several Afreximbank initiatives, including PAPS, the Pan-African Payment and Settlement System, the game-changing first intercontinental payment infrastructure to expedite and enable cross-border payments for goods and services in Africa's 42 currencies. MANSA, a seminal repository platform to provide a single source of primary data need for customers' due diligence checks on African entities, financial institutions, corporates, and SMEs. TRADAR, a vital centralized digital hub for African trade and investment, offering market intelligence, including market screening and insights, and a central source for trade and investment regulations and legislative requirements for African markets. And finally, Afreximbank TradeLink, our digital supply chain finance solution for payables finance, empowering buyers to partner with a funding bank to allow that bank to finance or discount the invoices of its suppliers. And for Pillar 4, Afreximbank continues to maintain strong financial performance coupled with robust development impact. The bank more than doubled its total assets in half a decade, from $15.97 billion in 2019 to $37.3 billion in 2023, and recorded a 66.07% year-on-year increase in net income to $756.1 million in 2023. In unstinting support of our member countries, Afreximbank has also consistently led continental efforts in response to global shocks, with initiatives including the Ukraine Crisis Adjustment Trade Financing Program, a $4 billion initiative in response to an urgent call from member states for intervention to manage the impact of the Ukraine crisis on African economies and businesses. The Pandemic Trade Impact Mitigation Facility, PATIMFA, a critically important intervention that saw close to $8 billion dispersed to mitigate against the adverse impacts of the COVID-19 pandemic on African economies and our people's health. Support for the Africa Union's Trade Vaccine Acquisition Trust, AVAT, via a $2 billion advanced procurement guarantee facility, making it possible to buy millions of COVID-19 vaccines for African and Caribbean countries to help our fellow Africans safely through a time of enormous vulnerability. And the co-development of the Africa Medical Supplies Platform, AMSP, with the African Union, an online marketplace enabling AU member states to purchase certified medical supplies on a pooled basis. The bank also provides payment and trade services in support of AMSP operations. The Afreximbank Group has a strong and experienced executive management team under the aegis of Professor Benedict Orama, President and Chairman of the Board of Directors, Afreximbank, and high-caliber staff members at every level, each of us honored to serve our great continent with tireless dedication. Afrexim Bank, transforming Africa's trade.
Your business is a living thing, growing and evolving based on the decisions you make, the directions you take. Chartered accountants have the breadth of skills, commitment to ethics, and global expertise to help your business thrive. We are uniquely experienced to make a difference to your world. Choose a difference maker. Choose a chartered accountant.
The African Export-Import Bank, a proudly Pan-African institution with a vision to transform Africa's trade. Our mission: to stimulate a consistent expansion, diversification and development of African trade, while operating as a first-class, profit-oriented, socially responsible financial institution and a center of excellence in African trade matters. We are now the Afrexim Bank Group, comprising Afrexim Bank, our subsidiaries, FEDA, the Fund for Export Development in Africa, and Afrexinsure, offering specialized insurance for trade and investment in Africa, and our managed trust funds. We are headquartered in Cairo, with 6 regional offices and 1 in the Caribbean. And today, we represent global Africa, with 52 participating African states and 11 participating Caribbean states. Our strategy: to realize impact through purposeful interventions based around 4 pillars. Through Pillar 1, intra-African trade and AFCFTA implementation, we promote intra-African trade via initiatives, including the Intra-African Trade Fair, to drive exposure for Africa's brands, goods and services. The AFCFTA Adjustment Fund, to help African states adjust to the AFCFTA trading environment. The Afrexim Bank African Collaborative Transit Guarantee Scheme, to streamline movement of goods across African borders. And the Creative African Nexus, to support Africa's cultural industries. For Pillar 2, industrialization and export development, we have introduced multiple initiatives, including the African Medical Center of Excellence, to improve Africa's healthcare landscape, our African Quality Assurance Centers, to test and certificate Africa's products, industrial parks and export processing zones, to advance industrialization and tackle commodity dependence, and our Project Preparation Unit, to support supply of investment-ready projects on the continent. For Pillar 3, leadership in global trade banking in Africa, initiatives include our Trade Finance Program to promote African trade and Direct Financing Program, providing financing and trade-related facilities to corporates. We also continually drive innovation and digitalization through our Africa Trade Gateway, a digital ecosystem that incorporates PAPS, Pan-African Payment and Settlement System, to expedite cross-border payments in Africa. MANSA, a single source of primary data for due diligence checks on African entities. TRADAR, a centralized digital hub of market intelligence and regulations for African markets. And Afrexim Bank TradeLink, enabling buyers to borrow against supplier invoices. And for Pillar 4, financial sustainability, Afrexim Bank performs strongly. The bank more than doubled its total assets in half a decade, from $15.97 billion in 2019 to $37.3 billion in 2023. The Afrexim Bank Group has an experienced executive management team led by its president, Professor Benedict Orama, and high-caliber staff at every level, honored to serve our continent with tireless dedication. Afrexim Bank, transforming Africa's trade.
Every dollar sent home from the diaspora by your loved ones represents their hard work and commitment to ensuring that you're all taken care of. That's why we want to ease their experience and make it more convenient. With Sasai Money Transfer, sending money from the diaspora is free, and you receive the money straight into your EcoCash USD wallet, ready for you to spend and cash out for free. That way, you can receive money, buy groceries, pay school fees, renew your insurance, pay bills, and more within a few taps on your phone. And you're guaranteed access to USD cash from any registered EcoCash outlet nationwide. Tell your family in the diaspora to send money with Sasai Money Transfer today. EcoCash. Live life the EcoCash way.
The African Export-Import Bank, a proudly Pan-African institution with a vision to transform Africa's trade. Our mission, to stimulate a consistent expansion, diversification and development of African trade, while operating as a first-class, profit-oriented, socially responsible financial institution and a center of excellence in African trade matters. Today, we represent global Africa, with 52 participating African states and 11 participating Caribbean states. Our strategy, to realize impact through purposeful interventions based around 4 pillars. Pillar 1, intra-African trade and AFCFTA implementation. Pillar 2, industrialization and export development. Pillar 3, leadership in global trade banking in Africa. And Pillar 4, financial sustainability. Afreximbank, transforming Africa's trade.
Welcome to the 2025 ICAS Winter School and Investment Conference, set in the historical city of Canterbury at the University of Kent in the United Kingdom. This year's theme: Global Perspectives, Local Impact, the Evolving Role of Finance Experts. Because in today's complex world, it's not just about crunching numbers, it's about reshaping economies, driving investment, and redefining what it means to lead. We are bringing together a powerful community of thought leaders, policy shapers, trailblazing executives, and visionary entrepreneurs for 1 week of learning, collaboration, and strategic insight. Whether you are here to grow, to network, or to influence, you belong here. Our program is packed with forward-thinking discussions on the future of finance. Expect compelling conversations that include sustainability that delivers, disruption of technology in the financial arena, accountancy in the next decade, navigating the profession beyond gaming, how virtual reality is transforming business, the mental well-being of the professional. In collaboration with Financial Markets Indaba, our investment conference will shine a spotlight on opportunity from diaspora-led businesses to Zimbabwe's fintech frontier and trade partnerships with the UK. We explore how capital can drive development and growth sustainably. But we are not just talking business, we are making room for meaningful moments. Inauguration of the ICAS President, Gala Dinner,
B2B meetings with financiers, investors, or corporates. Golf tournament and networking. Entertainment, a guided tour of London's landmarks, because some of the best conversations happen outside the boardroom. This is more than a conference. This is a journey of growth, purpose, and global connection. It's where Zimbabwe meets the world and where the future of finance takes shape. Welcome to the ICAS Winter School and Investment Conference 2025. Let's elevate conversations. Let's drive change. Let's shape the future together. In a world where finance shapes nations and communities, the role of experts is evolving faster than ever. This August, from the 24th to the 30th, 2025, the Institute of Chartered Accountants of Zimbabwe invites you to a transformative journey at the prestigious University of Kent in Canterbury, United Kingdom, under the theme Global Perspectives, Local Impact. This year's Winter School is where visionaries converge to redefine the future of finance. Explore how global trends, from sustainable investing to digital innovation, empower local economies and drive meaningful change. Gain cutting-edge insights, network with peers and pioneers, bridging continents and cultures in a setting steeped in academic excellence, nestled in the inspiring city of Canterbury. Are you ready to elevate your impact? Join us at the ICAS 2025 Winter School and become part of a legacy shaping the next generation of finance expertise. Register now.
Welcome to Ziki, the trusted ecosystem that keeps you connected. With Ziki Cash, you can send and receive money locally and internationally, instantly and securely. Explore Ziki Mall, your gateway to make your purchases and payments through Zimbabwe's digital mall. Pay your school fees or tertiary fees even from diaspora. Buy ZESA tokens, check or pay council bills, insurance, or find professional services, all in one convenient place. Looking to travel or enjoy entertainment? Ziki Travel and Entertainment lets you book accommodation and buy event tickets in Zimbabwe from the comfort of your home. Managing healthcare expenses? Ziki Health makes it easy to cover and manage your family's healthcare costs in Zimbabwe. Dreaming of owning property in Zimbabwe? With Ziki Properties, you can buy properties in Zimbabwe online, no matter where you are. Join the Ziki community today and experience a seamless, connected life. Ziki, where everything you need is just a click away. Visit us at zikimall.com and start your journey with Ziki today.
At ICAS, we believe that a strong profession takes care of its own. That's why we've launched the ICAS Member Welfare Insurance Initiative, a meaningful step towards helping members navigate life's most difficult moments together. Now, imagine this. What if your ordinary insurance, the kind you already pay for, could be cheaper and do more than just protect your car, your home, or your business? What if it could protect all of us? Powered by our agent, ZimSelector, this smarter, community-driven approach turns everyday insurance into a powerful tool for collective security and support. This isn't new insurance. It's better insurance. Build on the strength of our professional community. When you route your personal and business cover through this ICAS endorsed group scheme, you unlock lower premiums through ICAS Group Buying Power, tailored cover for your family, business, and professional risks, free advice and full service support, including claims handling. And most importantly, a portion of your premiums goes directly into the ICAS Member Welfare Fund, used to support members in need. That means, at no extra cost to you, you're helping ICAS provide funeral and hardship support to fellow members when they need it most. Many of us have experienced it. A colleague lost too soon, facing illness without adequate cover. A gifted accounting student dropping out due to lack of funds. It's never easy, and it's never forgotten. That's why ICAS is committed to helping more, doing more by making a difference, but can't do it without you. Support the ICAS Member Welfare Insurance Initiative. With just 40% member participation, we could raise over 50,000 every year. It's simple, it's smart, and it's for all of us. Contact ICAS agent Zim Selector today on customer services at zimselector.com or WhatsApp 0775 713 867 or 086 8800 3101. Together, we can cover more.
We've seen it with our own eyes. Grassroots heroes changing lives with next to nothing.
At the same time, billions flow into Africa from the diaspora, but with no clear path to fuel lasting change.
Now imagine if we could link these two powerful forces together, generosity on one hand and the grit on the ground.
That's the purpose of Remit Hope, a trusted connection, a bridge between hearts and hands, transparent, scalable, purpose-built.
Because when you give through Remit Hope, your impact multiplies. Every dollar is matched. You send $100, it becomes $200.
That's not just giving, that's doubling the difference.
You're not just sending money anymore. You're investing in classrooms, clinics, clean water, mothers and children, plus so much more.
You're shaping futures with precision, with purpose.
Let's do more together. No donation is too small to make a difference.
The African Export-Import Bank, a proudly Pan-African institution inspired by our forebears, established by treaty, mandated to finance, facilitate, and ultimately transform the structure of Africa's trade and deliver lasting impact for our great continent. For over 30 years, we have taken decisive action through innovative instruments to accelerate industrialization and intra-regional trade and power economic growth. We've dispersed over $100 billion and grown into an organization with over $37 billion in total assets and guarantees and $6 billion in shareholders' funds. Our mandate: to finance, promote, and facilitate intra and extra-African trade via credit, risk-bearing, payment services, trade information, and advisory services. Our vision: to transform Africa's trade. Our mission: to stimulate a consistent expansion, diversification, and development of African trade, while operating as a first-class, profit-oriented, socially responsible financial institution and a center of excellence in African trade matters. We have evolved significantly through the decades to become the Afreximbank Group, with Afreximbank at its heart, now augmented by its subsidiaries and managed trust funds. Our subsidiaries are FEDA, the Fund for Export Development in Africa, the bank's Impact Equity Fund, providing long-term funding for export manufacturing, intra-Africa trade, and value-added services to help transform Africa's trade. And Afrexinsure, offering specialized insurance to clients engaged in trade and trade-enabling investments in Africa. Built on our deep understanding of the African market, our risk expertise, and presence across the continent. We are headquartered in Cairo, with 6 regional offices and a Caribbean office in Barbados, opened in August 2023. Our shareholding structure is unique, with 4 classes agreed on the basis of public-private partnership to help us deliver on the vision of pursuing trade development through commercial approaches. And as of today, we represent a global Africa with 52 participating African states and 11 participating Caribbean states, determined to drive shared prosperity. Our strategy is focused on realizing lasting impact through purposeful interventions, aligning with Africa's development priorities, and based on 4 key pillars: intra-African trade and AFCFTA implementation, industrialization and export development, leadership in global trade banking in Africa, and financial sustainability. Through Pillar 1, we aim to finance and extend promotion of intra-African trade by developing key, often groundbreaking interventionist initiatives, including the Intra-African Trade Fair, created in collaboration with the African Union Commission and AFCFTA Secretariat. The premier cross-sector platform driving exposure and information exchange for Africa's brands, goods, and services.
Huh? Better. Action. Okay. So to turn after all. To turn after all. To turn after all. To turn now. One speaker. We're waiting for one more speaker. One more panelist. 2-3 minutes. Talk about 2 minutes. You want to start without him? Where would you rather have a stand? Okay. Thank you, members. So before we get started, I will start by observing the protocols. So in attendance, PAB Secretary, Mr. Donald Mangenje, ICAS President, Mr. Bryce Msendo, ICAS Senior Vice President, Mr. Emmanuel Mudefi, ICAS Junior Vice President, Ms. Angeline Muzira, ICAS CEO, Mr. William Mandisota, ICAS past presidents here present, Mnyara Zidube, Emilia Chisango, Martin Makaya, and Manyara Chikunduru, ICAS council members, ICAS secretariat, sponsors, invited guests, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. Welcome back to Day 4 of the ICAS Winter School and Investment Conference here at Kent University. I hope you're all feeling energized after a good dinner, a good band, and a restful night. Yesterday, we had powerful sessions under the theme Global Perspectives, Local Impact, the Evolving Role of Finance Experts. Today, we've got another exciting day ahead. But before we take a dive into that, we'll just highlight some reflections from yesterday. In our first session yesterday, Sustainability That Delivers, Turning Commitments into Measurable Impacts, our speaker highlighted something quite important. I attended a conference recently and everyone was using sustainability and ESG interchangeably. And our speaker yesterday said, well, that is not correct. But again, it confirms generally there are lots of voices. I guess you need to pick what you like. He highlighted sustainability as a broad concept that's focused on meeting the present needs without compromising the future generations. Whilst ESG, he referred to it as just a reporting framework used to communicate performance. Further, he also highlighted the importance of being intentional about results and outcomes when it comes to sustainability, not necessarily about a long story, but rather what was the impact of the initiatives conducted. He also challenged us on making choices. There are many standards, there are many frameworks for sustainability, and realistically, we cannot adopt all, we cannot take on all effectively. It's important for businesses to make a choice. He highlighted some recommended choices, the Sustainable Development Goals, as well as the science-based targets, which focus on measurement for the greenhouse gas emissions. The other key points he raised were really around the importance of independent assurance and implementing ESG internal controls to really enhance credibility of your sustainability initiatives. Next was the discussion on disruption of technology in the financial arena. Key highlights: human oversight is crucial, not only to uphold ethical standards in artificial intelligence, but also to enhance the quality of outputs from AI. And rather than replacing jobs, AI has the potential to significantly boost our productivity, debunking the myth that it's here to take our roles. So I think that was comforting for all of us here. He also highlighted the importance of accounting-specific AI training and the fact that us as leaders, we must create the time for our teams in order for them to train and become digitally fluent. It won't happen by accident. He also suggested some key skills for the future: prompt engineering, highlighting the importance of asking AI the right questions, and also problem solving and curiosity. Our final session, led by Welcome Musia Manje, one of us ICAS members, titled Beyond Gaming, How Virtual Reality is Transforming Business. For me, it was a reminder of the remarkable contributions that Zimbabweans are making on the global stage. He shared some valuable insights. Some were easily digestible, and others challenged us to stretch our understanding. I had a discussion afterwards and asked him about the point he had raised about buying Nikes virtually. And I asked him, but if I buy the shoe, what will I do with it? And he explained that you can actually wear it. It still sounds quite abstract to me, but he has promised to set up outside today and take us members through. Hopefully that will help us understand a little bit better. And some of it, I think, needed the vernacular for it to be clear. A key takeaway from his session: technology will inevitably disrupt our ways of working. The imperative is to adapt proactively and use it strategically. We must be intentional about familiarizing with these emerging technologies. We must be exploring, staying informed, and engaged. It is essential if we're to keep pace and avoid falling behind. He highlighted that if we're talking about it, we are already behind, so take it as you please. And while virtual reality adoption remains slow due to accessibility, he talked about some of the other technologies coming through our phones, VR not yet, it is important for us to keep exploring and to use some of the use cases that he highlighted, such as the MetaQuest and the Ovation PR. So, those were the highlights for me. I'll take one or two hands if there are any members who want to share any additional highlights or reflections that they had last night over dinner or as they relaxed. Any reflections? Please don't leave me by myself. Any reflections? 1, 2? I covered everything. So our first session today explores the future of accountancy. So what will the next decade demand from accounting professionals like ourselves? Please welcome our moderator, Tendai Rukarwa, and our panelists, Kasim Chowdhury, Alex Russell, and Nyasha Tsuru. Over to you.
Tendai Rukarwa is the lead auditor within the risk department at Motor Insurers Bureau. Additionally, she serves on the board of directors for University of Northampton with a focus on the Audit and Risk Committee. She is a member of the Women in Enterprise organization and was a nominee for the 2025 Milton Keynes Women Leaders Awards. As an impact speaker, she brings unique perspectives and practical strategies for helping professionals gain confidence to be visible and embrace vibrance in their corporate life. Nyasha is a partner at BDO UK, where he leads the Audit Centers of Excellence, delivering specialist support to audit teams to enhance audit quality, improve efficiency, and embed digital audit techniques. He joined BDO in 2022 from KPMG UK, bringing extensive experience in audit quality, transformation initiatives, and the innovative use of technology in audit. Nyasha began his career with KPMG Zimbabwe and is a member of ICAZ and ICAEW. Kasim is a digital assets and cryptocurrency manager at HT Digital, based in London. He leads assurance engagements across the digital asset sector and is deeply experienced in the audit of blockchain-based businesses, with a focus on the practical application of crypto accounting frameworks. Kwas began his career at PwC London, where he trained and qualified as a chartered accountant, ICO. During his time at PwC, he worked on clients across a range of industries, both publicly listed and privately owned, developing a strong grounding in financial reporting, audit methodology, and regulatory compliance. He has since applied that experience to the fast-moving world of crypto at HT Digital, where he focuses exclusively on the digital asset sector. Kwas has worked with a wide range of crypto clients, including crypto exchanges, stablecoin issuers, Bitcoin miners, and many other Web3 businesses. His experience navigating the unique risks and complexities of crypto-native operations positions him as a trusted advisor in the evolving Web3 and digital asset space. Kwas is passionate about strengthening assurance standards in the crypto industry and promoting greater trust through high-quality audit practices. Alex is an associate director at Ipsos, one of the largest market research companies in the world. Based in London, Alex works mainly with clients from financial and professional services, advising on how reputation can be built, retained, and enhanced. Earlier this year, Alex worked in partnership with chartered accountants worldwide to survey chartered accountants globally and understand current levels of AI adoption in the chartered accountancy profession, and how this can be increased through investment, training, and education to help understand the future of the profession.
Good morning, everyone. Sorry. Can I tell you, every fiber of my body is fighting me saying, yellow, yellow, guys. I will say, ICAS does not endorse any socialites. It's just in reference to my beautiful yellow outfit. Once again, good morning. I hope you've all had, your cup of coffee, cup of tea, your water, that 0.001% British of me. Or if you're trying to be alternative, you've got your kombucha, Red Bull, shots. I don't know what's in those flasks. We listen and we don't judge, okay? Yes. Greetings, everyone. And once again, I would like to say welcome to one of the most forward-looking conversations we're going to have at this session. My name is Tendai Rukarwa Matsika, and as my dear sister mentioned, I am a fellow chartered accountant registered with ICAS and with ICAEW. I am also a board member at a competitor university to this one, and I am a speaker. I did promise the organizers that I will go through this session without making not one penguin joke, because I am known as the penguin speaker. But today is not about me. It's about a conversation that is not only timely, it is vital. We're going to be talking about accountancy in the future decade. Yesterday, we were being told the global landscape is evolving technologically, environmentally, economically, socially. And with that, the role we play in that landscape is also evolving. So once we were viewed from a lens of just being stewards of financial resources, more and more of us are being demanded to bring strategic insights, demonstrate ethical leadership, and show sustainable value. So to sort of debunk all these things, I've got an amazing panel. They have expertise ranging from audit, corporate research, and regulatory insight. So some of the questions you may have that we're hoping to tackle in the next hour may be, what does trust look like in a world that is full of skepticism and misinformation? How can we as chartered accountants respond to that growing demand for that responsible, credible ESG assurance? And we were hearing so many words yesterday, EI, disruption. How does this change our tools? But also, how does this change the role we play in the accounting environment? And crucially, what does it mean for the talent that wants to enter into this profession? I did say at the start, it's a conversation. So we're not just going to be talking at you. We're going to invite you to also let us know where your mind is. So to kickstart, I would like us to just go through one Slido question. In case you did not know, a speaker's nightmare is that the technology does not work. I am hoping today it's a beautiful dream and not a nightmare. I would just like to get a pulse of where your mind is before we even get into the session. One Slido question, if we can put it up. The first question, I would just want to find out from you. In your view, which factor most influences public trust in the accounting profession today? In your view, which factor do you think affects the public trust in accounting today? These are anonymous. There is no right or wrong answer. What do you feel is shaping how we are perceived by the public today? Scan the QR code and let us know. In my mind, I was hoping no one would choose number 4, but yeah, it's featuring there. None. Trust is in decline regardless. That is interesting. We will close the poll at this moment. So, I will now take this chance to have a conversation with Alex in light of what has also come through. Alex, Ipsos carried out a research on behalf of chartered accountants worldwide. And you know, I had to bring you a copy just to let you know I did pause my June book club to make sure I went through this report. And it's quite interesting because as a chartered accountant, you have your views. But when you get to see how other chartered accountants think, can you let me know some of the key insights that came through from this research that you did?
Yes, yeah, that's right. Thank you, Tendai, and good morning, everyone. Just to preface this, I'm not an accountant. I don't have an accountancy background. As Tendai said, CAW hired Ipsos in September last year to do some research with accountants through kind of the country industry bodies that make up CAW. ICAS was one of them. So some of you may well have actually taken the survey. And we were trying to explore where does AI fit into accountancy in the future, and how can CAW and then member organisations like ICAS kind of help to increase AI adoption. And it was a really interesting project, and we came up with some very interesting findings. The first one is that across the board, from junior level up to kind of C-suite, there's a very strong willingness to adopt AI. It was 85% of respondents, and we interviewed about 2,500 people. 85% said they were very willing or fairly willing to adopt AI. Skewed slightly towards the younger generation. I think that's just a product of the younger generation being more kind of in tune with technology and maybe using it in their own lives more than maybe kind of the senior level people. But a second finding from that was that there's a massive skills gap, and that is a barrier to adoption. So one of the big things that came out of the report was that it's training and kind of upskilling is a key way to increase AI usage in accountancy. And from that, we were asking people in the survey who they think they should get the training from, whether it should be their company, so the employer giving them that, or their membership organisation. And it was overwhelmingly an expectation, particularly among the younger generation, but across the board really, that it's organisations like ICAS that need to provide that training to upskill accountants to use it. And then from that, one of the findings was that accountants in general don't see it as a threat. That we heard this in the introduction that you were told about yesterday. It's more of a complement to accountancy, that it will make your jobs more efficient, more enjoyable, more strategic. So they were the key findings that kind of came out of the research.
Pretty interesting. I think something you touched on was the idea that there is the willingness to use AI, but somehow, even when you're having conversations in the rooms, a lot of people feel unprepared. What do you seem to be sort of the key barriers that the respondents were highlighting to you as that, recognizing that there's a gap? What highlights were coming through?
So I think there were two reasons that kind of came through that is the barrier to adoption. The first one is the skills gap that I mentioned, and the kind of the expectation that organisations, the accountancy bodies rather than employers should provide that training. And the second one was strongly focused on data security. So there was a real kind of concern, and this actually interestingly skewed more towards the senior level respondents rather than kind of junior. There was a concern that data security was the threat, and that was preventing the kind of decision makers within organisations to embrace AI and kind of bring it on. Because obviously clients and customers, it's their data that would be put into the AI kind of systems that are being used within the organisations. And so it was really, the skills gap was the key one, but then once there is skills, how do you securely use customer data and not be a threat?
That's pretty interesting, because I do sit on a couple of boards, and data security seems to be that number one concern that comes through. And speaking of our members, a lot of people think AI is coming to replace. We had a session yesterday where words like redundancy and extinction kept being thrown around. How do you see AI as elevating the CA role as opposed to replacing it?
Yeah, so as I said, the general consensus from the research was that it's not going to replace, it's more going to enhance, if anything. It will allow more kind of interesting strategic work to take place while the AI systems do the kind of data entry, data analysis elements. And also, I think we've seen in the last couple of weeks, there was a general report by MIT that most companies that have adopted AI, it's not actually giving them the benefits they expected yet. So it might not be as far along as kind of a year or two ago we thought that it could kind of take those jobs. But as I said, the general consensus within the global view of the accountants that took our survey was that it would be a benefit and would make their job more interesting, and they didn't feel that there was a big threat. And I think that's true across sectors. It's not just accountancy. I think you see it in law, you see it in my job. It's really freed up time to, focus on the things that need strategic thinking and intelligence, and all the training that for accountants go through. Giving the client or the customer the value, and so AI is really going to kind of help that, I think, and I don't think it's a threat to the job, and it will make it more interesting.
I hope that gives hope to many people. We are only going to speak of extinction for dinosaurs, not for chartered accountants. Yes. Now to another buzzword that was being thrown around, ESG. The future accountant has to contend with what it means to incorporate ESG in their daily working and in their audit and assurance, sustainability assurance. We're going to do again another quick poll so we just get a pulse of where your thoughts are. If we can have the second poll question, what's the biggest challenge your organization faces in preparing for ESG and sustainability assurance? What's the biggest challenge your organization faces in preparing for ESG or sustainability assurance? I know we're saying your organization loosely put. Sometimes we are auditors. What are your clients facing as the biggest challenge to ESG and sustainability assurance? Honestly, answer what you see seems to work. Maybe you've heard it being discussed in networks. What seems to be the challenge? Ooh. The top two seem to be vying for the top position. Unclear expectations, lack of data, quality data. I think we are 1 and 2 seem to be contending. Unclear standards and lack of quality data. Now I'd like to speak to Nyasha. Even just seeing the results that are coming from the poll, and as we can see that sustainability at one point was discussed as an emerging future thing, right now it is at the center of corporate reporting. What challenges as firms like BDO are you seeing that seem to be coming through in the implementation, particularly when it comes to aligning that financial and non-financial data?
Thanks, Tendai. You are right. I mean, ESG is a buzzword at the moment, and it's creating a lot of issues, challenges that we in the profession have to navigate. And it's interesting to see the results of the polls there. I mean, in the introduction, it was mentioned that yesterday there was talk about so many different standards. So there are so many standards, so many frameworks. It is a challenge in terms of being up to speed with what are those regulatory requirements, with so many different standards and hard to drive consistency. And there's so many regulations, that entities are facing, EU regulations, required disclosures, and navigating that landscape at the moment without a clear, defined, consistent standard which entities can follow is a challenge. And we are pleased and excited, with the coming of ISA 5000. This is effective for audit periods ending on or after 15 December 2026. And this would definitely provide that clarity in terms of really how can entities really meet the requirements and at the same time assurance providers to ensure there is a consistent methodology that can be applied to ensure comparability between entities within the same sector industries. So that's one of the challenges, that issue around so many different standards, so many frameworks. I mean, if you compare with financial reporting, there's IFRS, there's GAAP, so there's that clarity. If you go into sustainability, ESG reporting at the moment, without that consistent clarity, it does create a challenge for firms. So that's one of the challenges that we are facing. The second one that we see, and again, interesting coming out of the poll as well, data quality and access to data. I mean, if you compare financial information, there's a trail for it. There's that clarity in terms of how transactions are recorded, generated, and processed. But when it comes to non-financial information, a lot of it doesn't have that rigor that financial information goes through. So information, at times, it's manually recorded. It's recorded outside of the finance department. I mean, it's operational information. And the quality of that information at times is such that you're not able to give that assurance. So there are concerns around, or there are challenges around, how complete and accurate is that information? How accurate and reliable is that information? And what that does, it also creates a challenge in terms of the stakeholders' expectations. Stakeholders, regulators, investors, public interest, they want accurate reporting. But if there isn't an audit trail for that information, or if the data quality is not good, then we are not in a position to be able to provide a reasonable assurance, and you end up in a situation where you're providing limited assurance. So that in itself does create a challenge. And then if you think about the link to financial reporting, how does that link? How do you link climate risks to financial reporting? In some cases, it can be a challenge. There are some instances where it is a bit easier and more straightforward. I mean, say, for example, when you talk about impairment of assets, or it could be maybe a local bank which is providing, mortgages to properties maybe in an area that is risk of flooding, or there are some climate risk issues. So you can see the link there. But then when you expand it further, when you look at things like maybe supply chain information or diversity matrix, how do you link that to financial information? How do you link that to financial reporting? So those are some of the challenges. I mean, how does maybe diversity matrix impact maybe projected future cash flows? How does that impact the entity's revenue in future periods? So there is that challenge in terms of, okay, how can that information then link in to understanding and having that impact with financial reporting? And then the other point is around skills gap. We are trained accountants, so our profession, our training, when we went to university, we were trained in accounting. So now we've got a situation where we expect our teams, we expect our assurance teams to also have knowledge around ESG matters. So there is a skills gap. So again, there is an element of bringing in people with the relevant skills and expertise, building multidisciplinary teams, that are able to provide that knowledge and information within a team structure.
Pretty interesting. Without sounding like I was cyber stalking you, Nyasha, I did find out that you coach your son's football team. And even in my fashionista self, I am fully aware you need to prepare for the next season. You need to make sure everyone is fit for what's coming in the new season. So right now, so many accountants are thinking there's AI, there's ESG, all these changing investor demands. How would you advise firms to prepare their talent for this new era, this new reality of accounting?
Okay. Well, from a talent perspective, I mean, similar to what Alex was saying, there is an element of upskilling. We need to make sure we upskill our teams, we upskill our people. We talk about these standards that are evolving, that are ever-changing. We need to make sure we invest in teaching and learning and development to make sure our teams are fully up to speed. Then the second part is around in terms of we have to hire beyond accountants. When I joined KPMG in Harare to start my articles, we didn't have any IT auditors. Within a short space of time, we had IT auditors coming in, and then before you know it, there was an IT audit department. So, and why was that? It's because at that point, IT was becoming so integral. So it's important that we had the relevant skills and expertise within our teams. And I think that's the direction that's happening right now with ESG. We're going to make sure, we're not just hiring accountants. We need to hire people with the relevant knowledge and experience. We need the right people in the teams. We need the right people in the room. So climate experts, data analysts, data scientists, people that you talk about engineers, you need to make sure we're bringing those people on board. So I think career paths, firms now need to create that pathway in terms of, okay, how do these careers progress by bringing this knowledge and expertise, where you have accreditation, where people have achieved a certain level of knowledge around ESG matters, they're accredited. And at the same time, creating pathways, not just having financial audit partners, but also assurance leaders, creating that pathway. And I think firms need to create an environment where there's cross-functional knowledge sharing and collaboration. People in financial audit, working closely integrating with people in advisory, working closely and collaborating with people in sustainability. So there is a need to make sure we develop a culture of multidisciplinary teams as we prepare for the future. So ultimately, that's from a talent perspective. Then let's look at the tech. Again, tech has been a bit of a buzzword with so much happening. The big four, the bigger firms, they have started investing quite a lot in technology, building, developing proprietary tools, that link in ESG information with the financial reporting information. So there is that element of building that technology. And I also think even mid-tier firms and middle to large firms entering into strategic partnerships, with ESG platforms, providers, things like Workiva, where you have that access to that information. Looking at the poll there, getting the information is hard. So entering into partnerships where you can access that data is quite important. But then at the same time, that creates some challenges. We're talking about cybersecurity. Now, if you're building interfaces that are pulling in this external information, what does that mean from a data security perspective? Cybersecurity we're talking about. So there is that element of making sure that firms, all the data that you hold, is it secure? Who's got access to it? And we need to encourage innovation. We need to encourage our teams, our staff, to get used to data skills. Develop these data skills, use data analytics, leverage AI towards making sure that we can access that information that we need, and we can analyze that information and bring that linkage between financial reporting and ESG reporting.
Thank you so much, Nyasha. And I think you helped pave way for my last poll question. Because all this time we are talking about all these things coming at us. I want us to take an introspective look inward and ask ourselves, how do we feel about all these changes? Do we feel prepared? So the third question I just want to bring to the poll, the last question, how confident are you that the accounting and assurance profession is evolving fast enough to keep up and stay relevant with the next decade? How confident are you of our ability to keep up? So the question is, are we doing enough to keep up? Are we also doing it fast enough if we are doing something? Again, no right or wrong answers. It's all anonymous. Feel free if you actually want to choose 4. You have no idea what is happening. So, how confident are we about all these changes that are happening? Looking inward, feeling how you're feeling as a professional. All these words, all these innovations, all these things we keep talking about. How ready do you feel? Not confident. Ooh. That is a very sobering result. But it's good. We need to talk about these things. This is the place where we actually get to talk about it and address it. How confident are you feeling about how we are prepared to deal with all this that is coming in? Cass, I'm sure you saw what came through from the poll. I know you are in the digital asset space. Looking at our current accounting standards, how future fit do you think they are? Or are we trying to retrofit something that doesn't work in this new reality? What are your thoughts?
Thank you. I think the simple answer is very similar to the poll results. I don't think the current accounting standards are fit for purpose for the next decade. Especially in my line of work, so working with digital assets, cryptocurrency, what I find is we're currently shoehorning current standards to make cryptocurrency kind of transactions work within them, whereas in reality what really should happen is new standards should be in place specifically for new asset classes like digital assets or any other new asset classes that come up. And a kind of good example to give to everyone in this room is typically when a business holds cryptocurrency on their balance sheet, it's held as an intangible asset. And under IFRS, under IAS 38, a business is allowed to kind of not amortize this, and assuming they kind of argue that the digital asset has an indefinite useful life. And in the example I'm using, if a company's holding Bitcoin, you'd argue that they're holding it for investment purposes, they don't want to amortize it. It simply doesn't make sense to amortize Bitcoin, which is all fine with IFRS. But when we start looking at local gaps, this is where we see standards are kind of out of date, even in the UK. So I work with many clients who use FRS 102, a local UK gap. And when they hold Bitcoin, again, same example, they want to hold it for investment, they're expecting it to go up, they don't want to amortize it, but under FRS 102, the rules are you have to amortize an intangible asset. And if you can't kind of figure out what to amortize it over the period, it's capped at 10 years. So it simply doesn't make sense. The standards are out of date. There is a small caveat here. There's a kind of bypass of this, which I use with many of my clients and which they use as well. There's something called the true and fair override, which basically says if in economic reality, amortizing the intangible asset doesn't make sense, you can override it. And this is something we have to do, we're forced to do with companies holding Bitcoin. But the key point here is we're trying to find these caveats and these loopholes to make the economic reality align with the standards. What really should happen is local gaps and kind of international standards should have new standards for new asset classes, namely digital assets, which is kind of where I work. And they should be kind of more aligned to what's going on in reality, instead of us trying to get old standards and shoehorning them into ways that work. And it's aligned to what the poll results said. So I think everyone's kind of aligned that we need some changes.
Thank you so much. And it's pretty interesting because I sit on 2 boards, and as an accountant, I can make sense of some of it. But what advice would you give to board members who are not quite sure how to now move forward in this new era with regards to governance and transparency and what all this means? Some still don't understand. What advice would you give to people?
I think boards in general have to take more responsibility, especially when dealing with kind of new areas which not many people know about, such as digital assets, cryptocurrency. It's the responsibility of the board to really understand the key risks involved. And it's something that I'm seeing happen now. To give credit to the boards, they are realizing that ultimately it's their responsibility to ensure that the risk management processes, the regulatory frameworks are being adhered to. What I found kind of in the last few years was boards were typically kind of giving away the responsibility for cryptocurrency or digital assets to the CFO or a crypto specialist, and were kind of oblivious to the risks. And that's exactly where they don't want to be. And like I said, to give credit to boards, they're now realizing that they need to understand the key risks involved with crypto, especially if a company is holding it. And they need to ensure that they understand the risks and there's sufficient processes in place for this. And those key risks would be counterparty exposure, kind of ensuring where the crypto is held, ensuring it's not too heavily invested in one exchange over the other, kind of wallet procedures and policies, kind of figuring out who has access to the wallets. Are they kind of held in-house, self-custody, or are they kind of exported or externally held? So boards need to understand this, and I'm not saying kind of be experts in blockchain and crypto, but understand the key risks and ensure that there's sufficient processes in place.
Thank you. The next fact, this time I didn't cyberstalk. I do work for an insurance regulator in operational risk. I did see that your firm completed the first audit for an insurance company that was entirely denominated in digital currency, Bitcoin, if I'm not mistaken. Can you tell us some of the key things, the unique characteristics of performing an audit of a cryptocurrency environment? What are the challenges that are present that may not be in other types of currencies?
Sure, and that firm was Meanwhile, if anyone wants to have a look at that, but it was pretty interesting. I think when dealing with audits in cryptocurrency, there's a few different nuances you do need to take into account, and I've kind of come from the traditional audit world, so I was at PwC, so I'm pretty well versed with traditional audit kind of methodology. But when you start to look at cryptocurrency, it's a different ball game altogether. And I'll very quickly summarize the key risks. The first being ownership. So you need to really get comfort that the entity holds the cryptocurrency it says it does. And it's held in various different wallets. So you need to understand the different wallets, the wallet management processes in place, and to get actual comfort that that wallet is theirs. And my firm does this. We've kind of built a self-built tool, a proprietary tool that uses cryptography to send a automated message from the client's wallet to the blockchain, which is accessible by everyone. And it does this without revealing the passkey, which is key, because if you reveal the passkey on the wallets, then they're not really yours. They're whoever has access to the passkey. So I think the key kind of takeaway is we've kind of built our own tools to really understand and really figure out if wallets are owned by the different entities. Another key risk to look at is completeness. And this is actually where blockchain is very useful, because all transactions are available on the blockchain. So anyone in this room can go on any blockchain explorer, type in a wallet address and see every transaction. You know, it's available for everyone to see. And the way we audit this is, again, built some tools to kind of extract all this data and figure out what part of this data relates to the entity, to the wallets, and to ensure everything's being accounted for. And kind of the last point, the final key risk would be on valuation. And as many of you probably know, cryptocurrency, the markets are 24/7. So there's live price feeds all year round, every day. So the issue here is trying to extract the data, or ensuring that the data is extracted correctly, the prices, at year end at a certain time, and we use different kind of price feeds that pull this data for us. So the key takeaway is we kind of had to build our own tools and have a key understanding of blockchain. Like I said, you don't have to be an expert. You don't need to understand smart contracts or coding, but you need to understand how they work to then use judgment to figure out which accounting policies you're testing, or kind of what audit documentation you need for that.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Just one final question I'll put to the panel. What can the 2025 CA do that the 2035 CA will thank them for? What can the 2025 CA do that the 2035 CA will thank them for? You can take it in any order as you process.
I'll go. I think the main thing from the research we did is just having a really kind of concerted effort to properly understand AI and properly training the next generation of accountants coming through, to make sure that as a sector you make the most of the opportunity that the next 10 years has. So I think I'd expect in 2035, if it hasn't been adopted, the new generation coming through will look back at 2025's conference and say, why didn't you implement training? So I think, it's just the upskilling, similar to what we heard as well. It's all about training, really, I think.
Yeah, I agree with that. I think ultimately you need to embrace the technology. You need to jump onto the bandwagon. It's not enough anymore just to understand how debits and credits are entered. You need to make sure you are data literate. Use of AI, innovation, technology. Immerse yourself, embed yourself, prepare for the future. It's important that you become multi-skilled. You can't just be confined to a specific area. It's important that the curriculum, what you're preparing yourself for, what you're learning, is being well embraced, well-rounded, to be able to face the challenges ahead and be current and relevant.
Yeah, I completely agree. And I'll use an example. At my firm, when we're now bringing in the new generation of accountants, the new graduates, we're obviously looking for kind of them being excited about accounting and wanting to learn, but also their kind of IT skills, their programming skills, their interest in software, because I feel like that is the future, to really understand how AI works, but also having skills in programming to be able to apply to various different industries, and especially in my industry, it's key. So that's very important.
Thank you very much. I think this is the one question I was allowed to answer as the moderator. So 2025 auditor, what can 2035 thank you for? They can thank you for creating a brand. Yesterday we heard William talk about all the numbers of chartered accountants that are coming out. They all know debit and credit. They all know the IFRS and the GAAP. Your competition, we were told yesterday, is not AI. It is the accountant that knows AI and other things. So what can 2025 auditor thank you for? Is creating a brand. I am Tendai Rukarwa, the Penguin speaker. I talk numbers, but I talk life and boldness into professionals. I embody it as I walk. Remember, create a brand, craft it and make it your own. From today's conversation, I hope you've been able to hear that AI, ESG, digital assets, they're not buzzwords, they're not vibes. These are real transformations that are happening, and it's the people in this room, beyond online, the new trainees. We are the engines that are going to drive this through. So the future is not something we're not going to sit and wait passively for. It's something we're going to proactively walk towards by preparing for it. Can you help me in thanking this amazing panel for such an engaging and enlightening conversation? Okay. And one last thank you for yourselves. I can appreciate this was the morning session. You probably had to wake up earlier than you intended. I wore yellow so that even if the conversation was not engaging, I looked like human sunshine. Thank you so much. The polls and your responses added so much depth to the conversation. We've come to the end of our panel discussion. Enjoy the rest of your winter school.
Thank you, Tendai, and our panelists. We have a token of our appreciation. I'll ask our members to assist. Mr. Senior Vice President Manyara, if we have to. Thank you. And our moderator. Then if we can just have a group photo, our panelists, Senior Vice President. Again, a big round of applause to our panelists and moderator. Thank you. So for those who were not in when I did the introduction, One conversation. We need to give them some. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. For those who were not in when I did the introduction, my name is Kudakwashe Muswaka. I'm an ICAS council member representing the Mashonaland district, and I am your MC today. Some announcements before we get into the next session. Golfers with a tee off time between 11:07 and 12 p.m., please be ready at Tyler Court reception by 10 a.m. So golfers with a tee off time between 11:07 and 12 o'clock, be ready at Tyler Court by 10 a.m. Sorry, one conversation. So I'd like to acknowledge our 2025 Winter School partners. We have the Financial Markets Indaba. We have our platinum sponsors, Old Mutual, EcoCash, AfricSim. We have our gold sponsors, CBZ Holdings, our silver sponsors, FBC Holdings, Zimbabwe Investment and Development Agency, ZIDA, ZB Financial Holdings, Clear Mobitel, Remit Hope, Diaspora Insurance, and the Southern African Times. Our next panel discussion is on navigating the profession. Our moderator is Nyasha Chakuma, ICAS Technical Director, and we have our panelists, Tendai Bwanya, Lucas Mandangu. Nyasha will be introducing them. Let's give them a warm welcome as they come up to the front.
Nyasha Chakuma is a Chartered Accountant and the Technical Director at the Institute of Chartered Accountants of Zimbabwe, ICAS, with expertise in professional accountancy education, standard setting, and regulation. She has extensive experience engaging with regional and international professional accountancy organizations and regulators, including active participation in technical and best practice groups under PAFA and AFAC. Nyasha plays a pivotal role in the professionalization of the public sector in Zimbabwe and across Africa, contributing to capacity building and standards setting. Her work has extended to representing Zimbabwe in high-level regional forums, including on the SAC Free Trade Agreement, particularly in areas related to accountancy education and professional mobility. She is passionate about strengthening the accounting profession through collaboration, thought leadership, and the development of future-ready professionals. Tendai is a partner at Deloitte LLP in London, UK. He leads investment management and private equity governance, risk and regulatory assurance services. Tendai started his career with Deloitte in Zimbabwe and worked in the US, before settling in the UK, almost 20 years ago. He also spent close to a decade in the UK financial services industry, focusing on private equity and investment management, before returning to Deloitte. Outside his professional role, Tendai invests in future generations through mentoring and coaching. He also works with charities that provide poverty alleviation, financial education, economic empowerment and leadership development programs to young people. Tendai sits on the board of the Together Initiative, a UK charity whose mission is to bring people together and bridge divides. Tendai is a qualified accountant and a member of the Institute of Chartered Accountants in England and Wales, ISU, and the Institute of Chartered Accountants of Zimbabwe, ICAS. Tendai and his wife, Grace, live in Kent with their 3 daughters. Lucas is a chartered accountant and chartered financial analyst with over 25 years of strategic finance experience gained in the financial services sector across developed and emerging markets. Lucas is currently a director in the HSBC Group Finance team and has held various leadership roles within core finance, business partnering and treasury functions. He has gained significant experience of leading high-performing and multicultural teams across different geographies and navigating the complexities of large groups with matrix structures. His most recent experience includes being country CFO Mauritius and the group finance lead in executing M&A transactions and other strategic initiatives. Prior to working for HSBC, Lucas worked for Societe Generale, and he started his career with PwC in Harare before transferring to the Channel Islands, Jersey, and London offices. Lucas is a board and audit committee member of the Working's Men College, an adult education institute based in Camden, London that provides diverse and enriching lifelong learning, including skills for work, in a supportive environment for adults. He is also an independent member of the Investment Committee of Fair for ALL Finance, an organisation that has the responsibility of disbursing over £200 million of government funding to increase the financial resilience and well-being of people in vulnerable circumstances across the UK. Ben Shava is a chartered accountant registered in both Zimbabwe and Namibia. He currently serves as the regional head of finance for Labels Bread Zimbabwe. He has extensive experience in mining, fast-moving consumer goods, FMCG, and auditing. He has also worked internationally in the United States and regionally in Namibia, and he has personal experience relocating back to Zimbabwe after a long time abroad.
With over 20 years of experience as a healthcare leader, executive coach, and educator, Tina helps leaders unlock their potential and thrive through pivotal transitions. She partners with C-suite executives, senior leaders, and rising talent to strengthen executive presence, sharpen strategic decision-making, and build high-performing teams. Known for equipping leaders to navigate complexity with clarity and resilience, she is passionate about driving purposeful impact and sustainable success. Tifadzwe is a partner at EY with 17 years of experience driving impact across leadership, strategy, and transformation. Over her career, she has progressed through roles from assistant manager to senior manager and now associate partner, bringing deep expertise in guiding organizations through complex challenges and leading with influence at the highest levels.
All right, thank you, AI, for introducing my panelists and myself. Good morning, everyone, once again. Welcome, I would say welcome to my panelists and welcome to you to this panel. So we'll have our first question on Slido, and it is to ask you, our attendees, what is the biggest challenge that you've had in adapting in the workplace? What exactly has it been? Has it been workplace culture, confidence, networking, or has it been the expectations? Okay, workplace culture. I can relate. I've been here for about a week, and I have just realized that, I mean, I had an A in O-level English, but I'm realizing that my A was for before the oceans. That's where my A relates. So we had a conversation. I was part of the advanced team, and we asked, so will there be water in the conference rooms? They said, yes, there'll be plenty of water. I can't mimic. And we're happy, only to come yesterday and we're like, where's the water? But there are fountains everywhere. So I can just imagine. All right, we'll go ahead and start. So I'll start with Lucas. Lucas, you've been around the world, you've gone to places. How has this, can you tell us about your experience? How has it been, the cultural differences, adapting? Can you just give us a brief, how have you managed to remain agile? Oh, sorry.
Yeah, thank you, Nyasha, and good morning, everyone. I agree with you. I think I've moved around, but I would say I had a lot of challenges. To your point, you're finding it very interesting here in terms of the language and stuff. But think about it, navigating these organizations. As you said in my intro, I've worked for only 3 organizations, blue chip organizations, PwC, Society Generale, and HSBC. And it has been very, very challenging. But I think what I found is I would attribute to some of my success stories. By the way, there are a lot of failures, which I would also want to talk about, to being myself. For instance, I've been in environments where people prefer calling me British, but I'm very firm on that. I want to be known as a Zimbabwean, because that would sort of like, I'm myself when I'm Zimbabwean. And so that's very important. Be yourself in new environments, learn the culture, understand people in those environments, who are the informal influencers, who are the go-to people when it comes to culture. That's very, very important, because I think it's at times we are too eager to go out there and prove ourselves before we know our surroundings. So for me, I think I would attribute some of my success stories to just understanding people. And I think the gift we forget as Zimbabweans, I think we're very humble people. So it's actually an intangible asset to us, in my view. So use that intangible asset wisely. And yeah, I would say, yeah. Okay.
Thank you. Thank you, Lucas. Tendai, the intangible asset, the Zimbabwean intangible asset, has that come in handy for you as you've been trying to remain agile as you've moved around the world?
Thanks, and good morning to everyone. So, yeah, it's actually an exciting thing that he mentions it as an intangible asset. There are times when it has not worked for me, the intangible asset, because there are perceptions. You know, when you turn up in rooms, when you are sitting with people, how you interact, how you come across. And there are times I know when people have missed promotions because somebody says, they're just so quiet. You know, when we are in rooms, when we turn up, they don't say anything. And I have a colleague who shared a heartbreaking story where they went to a meeting with a UK partner for a UK client. And when they were in the meeting, he knew everything that they were doing, and the partner wasn't sure. Sometimes that happens, actually. Of everything that was happening at the client. But then when the questions were asked, the partner was struggling to answer, you know, some of the questions, and he just kept quiet. So when they left the room, the partner asked why he wasn't talking, why he was not chipping in and saying what he knew. And what he had been used to in his previous culture was that if he was going to be talking in a board meeting or an audit committee meeting, they would have agreed that upfront with the partner. And the partner would have told them exactly where they would come in and what they would say. And they had not been told that, so they were just quiet in the meeting. So I would subscribe more to the reading of the environment, like Lucas has said, to know how things work, what the expectations are, and if you're not sure, make sure you set the expectations right from the beginning, and then you step in. Because adapting is really not, okay, I don't want to be controversial here. Adapting is not just being yourself. You know, if you stay yourself, sometimes it doesn't serve you well, but it's understanding what is required in the situation. My last example, which I'll give, is I've got 3 daughters, 3 girls, very different, all of them. And if I, as a parent, just use one way, if there are people that have got kids here, you will know that. My eldest, if we told her to go into a naughty corner after she had done something terrible, that was like a capital punishment. She would really cry, she would be upset. And then we thought, now we know how to parent. Our second one came, and when she did something naughty, we put her in a naughty corner. We would have to call her back. She would completely forget the reason why she was there. And that she had been put in a naughty corner, she would actually completely forget. You would have to call her back to say, can you please come? Because she would have been distracted and she would have seen an aunt or something else and she's just engrossed in that. So what I'm trying to say is understand the situation, understand what is required, set the expectations and adapt and do the things that are required within the situation. That's what I would say.
Thanks, Tendai. Thank you. Very interesting. Ben, popularly known as Mdara Ben, matters affecting CAs. He's my newly appointed boss yesterday, so today I am in charge. I will poke you a bit. I think he would relate to your second daughter, Darabin, being very vocal, speaking a lot. Has that been helpful to you as you've tried to navigate? You've been in Zimbabwe, gone to Namibia, gone to the States, come back to Zimbabwe to lead one of the popular bread companies in Zimbabwe. Has being vocal been the key ingredient? What exactly has it been?
Okay, thank you very much, Nyasha. Am I audible?
Yes, you are. You are.
Okay, thank you very much. Yeah, being vocal, okay, like Tendai said, at times it works, at times it doesn't work. Because I know one thing when I moved to Florida in the USA, and being a vocal person, my mouth would be shut right from the morning until 5 p.m. But I had a colleague who was seated next to me, and if you want something, you just send an email. I wasn't used to that. And I think it's one of the biggest factors that actually pushed me away. There was cultural shock, I couldn't adapt. Yeah, and I think one of the things that actually made it worse was there was a Zimbabwean that I used to work with, and she got fired. Wow. Why were you fired? She didn't even know why she was fired. And I think Florida is a policy that says you can actually be fired for no apparent reason. Yeah, such that. So myself, I had actually moved with my family. I've got 3 kids and my wife. We'd actually moved together to the United States. And after such happened, I started thinking, I could be the next one here. And so what I did, I was in constant networking with my buddies back in Zimbabwe. There was this guy, he was my client, and we kept on talking. And he came right at the right time. He asked me, do you want a job? I said, yeah, I do. And then he sends me an offer. The offer was actually more than what I was getting. And I was like, you know what? I just told my family, we're going back. We actually moved during COVID, in the middle of COVID. And the wife was like, what's happening? And I just want to confess, I was selfish. But it worked out well for us. It helped us to settle back home. So one of my advices to those who are thinking of going back home,
Darabin, I didn't ask you to advise people.
So, yeah, I need to share this. So going back to Zimbabwe, you don't just go back to Zimbabwe. I think those who are in Zimbabwe have that experience. For me, it was this job. I had a safe landing. And I've seen some guys coming back, trying to look for a job while they're in Zimbabwe. It's tough. It's very tough. If you're not in the circle, it's kind of, I think employers don't trust those who are coming from the diaspora. I don't know what it is. Yeah, but my advice, if you want to go back home, look for a job while you're still here. Yeah, thank you.
Thanks for that, Darabin. These are our new council members. Before I go forward, Tendai, I would like to ask you. You have been out of Zimbabwe for a long time, and I know that you've tried to maintain your roots in terms of connections or links between Zimbabwe and every other place that you've been. How have you managed to do that? Because I am now in Europe. It's been a week. People in Africa keep asking me how I am. So how have you managed to do it?
I didn't expect this to be a stand-up, but I think it's you know, I was chatting to Bryce earlier on, and I said these environments, and I can speak for myself, like the UK, can suck you in. You know, you can actually be on a treadmill where it's work, you go home, and it takes long to get home, and then you're tired, and you wake up the next day, and you go to work. It's a system. And I think the system can suck you in, and you can actually not lift your head to just see what's happening elsewhere. So the first thing that I would say is you have to be very intentional about what you do. Decide how you actually want to lead your life. And for me, it's purpose in terms of the connection. You know, the more I've been out of Zimbabwe, and it's, you know, I'll take Dara Ben's advice, but the more I've been out of Zimbabwe, the more I have seen the difference that I can make in Zimbabwe. I don't know whether that makes sense. But I grew up in a village setting. I grew up in an environment where I was not even a city person. And I still go back to my village. You know, 2 weeks ago I was in Zimbabwe with all my family, with all my kids. They know the school that I went to for primary school. You know, they know what it looks like. And I just think a perspective, you know, I don't want to lose perspective. When I sit next to my colleagues in the office, you know, some of my fellow partners maybe were, you know, educated at Eton and everything else, you can easily forget where you come from. And you can easily begin to think you are like one of them. I'm saying it. I'm saying it in a very positive way. Hopefully, there is nothing wrong with drive, but there is something powerful about perspective. When I land in Zimbabwe, I know, you know, it's been more than 20 years since I left. But when I land, I'm telling you this, I just feel as Zimbabwean as you feel, if you have been there forever, because of something that is just about me coming from Zimbabwe. So, but I also realize how quickly things move. I saw Manyara earlier on, and I was telling Graham, and I was saying, the last time I saw Manyara was in class at UZ, almost 30 years ago now.
Now we
and
know
I
how
saw her
old
today. I haven't even said hello, but you can easily lose touch, you know, with what's happening on the ground. So one of the things that I always try to do is to stay connected. I said I last saw you about 30 years ago, but we've got a group that has got more than half of the class that I had then at UZ with people in Zimbabwe, and we still talk. And I see that I can contribute, but I can also learn what is actually happening on the ground. So I would say the main thing, be very intentional. And then the second thing, it takes effort. Be prepared to pay the price. That's what I would say.
Thanks, Tendai. And thank you for letting me know that Manyara is actually older than 35. I mean, I always thought she was like 35. That's what I always thought. But all good. So Tafadzwa, I'll come to you. You came here in your early 20s, and you've been here. I will not be like Tendai, I will not say a lot about the age, but you know, you've been here for a while, and you have risen through the ranks. How has that been? What have you been doing that has allowed you to come into a different environment and thrive in that environment?
I think, oh yeah, you can hear me. So I think it's a good question, because I think a lot of people from Zimbabwe, we struggle a little bit with adjusting to the UK. Because I came first from Zimbabwe, went to Jersey, which is a really small island, 9x5. I don't know, I think you were in the Channel Islands. Yeah, it's very small. So I think the first thing I think is really, as others have said, it's about learning the new culture and the expectations. Because I came and I was like, okay, I just need to do my work hard. You're, you know, in your little corner, you're working till midnight, you're quiet in meetings, and you know, you don't really speak for yourself. So I think the first thing I had to learn is to actually speak for myself of the work that I've done, because nobody will notice, because it's also a big environment. So I think the first thing was about, like, you know, actually speaking for myself and saying, what do I want to do? So, and the second thing I think that then helped me was then growing my network. Because I think the baseline of knowing your job, we all know our jobs, we're all chartered accountants. And I think sometimes we think the more we regurgitate standards is what's going to get us ahead, but not really. I feel like what's helped me the most was my network and being able to speak for myself and the branding that was being talked about earlier. So a good example is like when I wanted to move from Jersey to the UK, I spoke to a partner at a dinner and he was like, oh, if you ever want to move, you can just let me know. And then I took him up on that offer. He connected me to a partner in the UK. And before I knew it, I was able to actually move across to the UK, got an interviewed by a Zimbabwean who brought me across to the UK. And then from there, I think part of the process was then I was moving from manager all the way up to trying to move through the ranks to senior manager and so forth. And one of the things that happened that helped me was one of my partners took an interest in me and he started mentoring me. And from there, he also helped me to get opportunities on bigger accounts. And through that, I think I was able to step outside of my comfort zone, which is the other thing, is stop being safe. Because sometimes the things where you take a risk, that's where you really grow. Because I got an opportunity to get on a really big account that we had. I'd avoided it because I was like, I don't want to do first-year audits. It's all very difficult. And then he sought me out, and I went and did that role. But that role connected me with so many partners, and they got to talk to me and see what I brought to the table. And then that's how I grew my network. And with my mentor was supporting me as well on that, I was able to do that confidently, to actually be able to be like, okay, let me take this role and move on. And I think that's been the stepping stone for me to get to partner, because once you then get access to these people, you realize, oh, but I can become a partner. I can do this because I interact with these people all the time, and they're just no different to us. But I think what it is because I've then spoken to a lot of people who was like, but I'm struggling to get promoted. But it's because we shrink and we don't connect with people at work. We almost I do my job and that's it. I don't try and connect with people and speak about what I want and vocalize. Because one of the things I think is, because I feel like we could all have made partner much earlier probably, but I think it took a while for me to be able to be confident to say, I want to be a partner. What do I need to do? Who do I need to talk to? Can you connect me to those people? And then once I started being vocal about that's what I wanted to do, then I had so much support. Because then all those people I was working with were like, oh yeah, but you're a good person. We've worked with you. I can trust you. So you build that trust in that relationship through that network. And so through that, I was able to connect to so many people and moving from associate partner and now I'm an equity partner. Because I've had that support over the years. Because now the key thing is really, if I have a problem, it's not about having all the answers. I can pick up the phone and I know I can call someone and be like, this is what, can you help me with something? I've got something urgent. How do you help me? So I guess the key things, like I said, were build a network, be bold to take new opportunities, do something different, shake things up. Just don't, be complacent. But also learn what the culture is and adapt. But I think don't lose yourself, because I think one of the things that's helped me to be successful, as Tendai said, is I'm still my Zimbabwean self. So I bring something different, and that is my unique selling point. That's what they want, because I bring that perspective that's different from the Eton people, from all those other people. So I think find that balance of being yourself, but also being able to adapt.
Thank you. Thank you, Tafadzwa. Very, very profound. Tinajo, you're not an accountant. Yeah, she's not an accountant. But you also moved. You have experienced what it's like being in new environments. You have risen through navigated through the ranks within the medical environment. Can you give us what it's like outside accounting? Can you share with us outside accounting? Did you also face what my fellows here faced? Were they too quiet? What did you do? What was your experience?
I'll be honest. It wasn't easy. It was really difficult, and I have been in healthcare close to 20 years now. And I really struggled at first, but the reason I struggled was I had the qualifications. I passed my course with flying colors. But then when it came to the job, for some reason, it seemed that other people were being promoted ahead of me. So I'd been in a job for many years, had the experience, had the certificate to show for it, but I just wasn't getting promoted. So what I then did, I took myself onto courses. I invested in myself because there wasn't enough in the budget for all of us to be trained or to go for courses. So I had to self-fund. So that's what I did. And then obviously it's taken up to 20 years now, but and I've got to a point where I feel that I'm still going ahead. You know, there's still a lot more that I could do. But if I had somebody to coach me, or if I had somebody to show me the ropes, I think it wouldn't have taken me this long to get to this point. So I would just encourage people to take ownership of your own destination, for your own destiny. If you want to end up a partner like my colleague has done, I think sometimes you have to put it in your own hands and take ownership and be responsible for where you're going, because nobody else will do it for you. The organization, like the one that I work for, they have their own agendas where they're going, but when it comes to you as a person, you're somewhere down there, so they won't do the courses for you. They won't find the right mentors or the right coaches to get you to your destination. So in a nutshell, it wasn't easy. And I'll just give you my personal experience. So I've ended up as a nurse educator. I'm a nurse by background. And I have, over more recently, I've specialized in cardiac nursing, and I'm a lecturer at London South Bank University, and I also teach within the hospital. So what happens with how I've ended up in executive coaching is that I had a lot of colleagues that were transferred to the education department. Tina, can you work with this person? Tina, can you work with that person? And a lot of times it's towards the end, and these people are now on performance management because they're not performing up to standard. And what happens is a lot of these people, they are people from Zimbabwe, they're people from Nigeria, these are people from ethnic background, ethnic minorities, if you like. So I was asking myself, what is the missing piece? What is the missing link? What are we missing as Black and ethnic minorities as we come into this country and we try to adapt and to adjust? And this is what has got me into executive coaching. To meet people, what are the internal struggles that we have? What is it that, apart from your certificate and your qualification, what softer skills do you need to connect with other colleagues that are in your team or in your department? How can you have impact? Say, for example, you become a leader, but how can you impact another person who is from the UK or from Canada or from another nation? Because you have to have the attitude, the qualities, the characters, the behaviors of a person in that position. But how do you then bring it out? So that's my experience, and that's how I've ended up as an executive coach.
Okay. Thanks, Tinajo. So she'll be leaving us early because she's got something that she needs to attend to. So I'll ask you one more question. We speak about thriving in different environments. What is your take in terms of how do you view thriving in the context of mental health, in the context of just being the whole person? How would you rate mental health and thriving in terms of is it high up there?
I think it's very much up there, and I think if you are well in your mental health, I think you can thrive, because what happens is when you're sick in your mental health, you have anxiety, you have depression, you have burnout. You know, these factors, they affect your judgment. And so you're not exactly making your decisions objectively. Your judgment is clouded. So in terms of thriving, you would then need to be well in yourself to be able to give to somebody else, to be able to give to somebody who's in your team. Because if you're not well in yourself, then how are you going to support your junior colleagues? So I think mental health is key in terms of, a lot of you are chartered accountants. I'm the only one in healthcare. But just looking at the people who need support, people who are burning out, who are depressed, people who cannot sustain their teams. This just gives you an idea of how much of a big issue mental health is, and people need support. And I think that organizations really need to invest a lot in mental well-being, mindfulness, coaching, for example, and that would just not necessarily help the leader themselves, but help the whole department to move forward.
Thanks a lot for that. So it's from your perspective, coaching and all that doesn't just hit the bottom line, but you believe that we should actually capitalize it. That's what you're saying. We should capitalize the costs of coaching, mental health. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, I'm saying that. I'm saying that it's related. Yes, I'm saying that it's all linked. And because what happens with coaching is, I think I'll just explain a little bit. Because with coaching, obviously I'm working with individuals. It's a holistic approach. I'm looking at the things that affect the person. You know, is it their mental? We sit down, we go through a discovery session. We find out what's actually affecting this person, what's preventing them from performing to their maximum capability. So once we sit down and we find out what's wrong or what's affecting this person, then we can talk about it. We can use coaching tools, evidence-based, that will support the person for them to be able to support the rest of their teams.
So in a nutshell, let's go and capitalize the costs. All right, thanks, Tenaja. I'll come to you, Ben. What I would like to hear from you is, as much as we talk about thriving in new environments, for most people that leave Zimbabwe, especially in their earlier years of their career, coming back home is actually a new environment, because you can pay 50 zig, the same thing that you pay for 50 zig using EcoCash. If you've got cash, you can pay 40 zig. If it's transport, if it's outside the rank, you then pay 20 zig, etc., etc. And someone is thinking, I would love to go back home, but would I thrive back home? Would I not look like I am now a failure? So you spoke about trying to find a job first, but what if I have gone? What if, I'm still going, or I've already planned to go, and I don't really have a job? What advice? Now you can give advice, Mdarabe. What would you say? How can someone then settle back and into that new environment? How can I be agile? I'm coming from a third world country. There's a shower with pressure, with hot water. Electricity is always there. I can drink from tap water. Tap water is healthy. And then all of a sudden, yeah. Can you take us through?
Okay. I think I'll talk about adapting. I think you need to adapt to your new environment, and there are two things. That is networking and willing toti kuhadhira, you know. Because things are very tough in Zim. But when you go back, you're like, I'm in Zimbabwe, and I'll put up with what is there. You know, you must have such an attitude that I'll just put up with what is there. For me, it was tough. You know, coming back with my kids, they didn't know, you know, electricity can go for 24 hours without electricity. Yeah, but ask them now. It's normal. They actually know the timetable. Yeah, and as a parent, you...
What's the timetable?
Oh, they'll just tell you today.
There's no timetable.
Today is Wednesday.
The timetable is that there is no timetable.
Yeah, so one important thing in Zim is about networking. Okay. So what I put myself into, that's how I started playing golf. And ever since I started playing golf, you know, I know where to get anything. Because in Zim, you need to know where to get anything. Because one thing that is in, that is in Zim, information doesn't move the way it does in the first world country. Yeah. So the only way, I mean, one of the best ways for you to know what's happening is through networking. And when I come even to events like this, I've already made a lot of friends. I think that's one strength that I have. I easily befriend people. And I've used that to my advantage. Even the job that I'm at now, that's how I got it. Even the previous one that I was at, that's how I got it. Yeah. So it's about networking, understanding what's happening, and yeah, I think basically that's it.
Thanks. Lucas, you spoke about, you know, the move not always being, you know, positive. There've been some learning points. Can you just share a bit about what you've learned, what you could do differently?
Okay, sure. Yeah, so I think I'll use 2 examples here. The first example I'll use is, for instance, and I think it's very much connected to what Tendai mentioned earlier about sort of like just doing more to be seen out there. So one of my jobs I did when I left the practice in banking, I think that was at Societe Generale. I was a manager in a very different area. They needed someone with accounting background, but it was very different. It was very business management-like. So what happened in this area is, in a typical Zimbabwean style, I was the manager, but I didn't think I was as visible in the area. But it was partly because of the structure, because they wanted people in the job to take ownership and me coming in slowly. But guess what happened? 4 months into my job, one of my team members made an error that costed the bank $1 million. Yeah. So we did a trade on the 22nd of December. People were excited about Christmas shopping. We come back on the 2nd of January. We did the trade the wrong way around. Yeah. So guess what happened? Who is the manager? Yeah. So I think my point here is, and Tendai has touched on this, yes, let's be ourselves, but I think be out there, right? Understand the team dynamics, speak up, yeah. And I mean, don't be afraid to speak up, because at the end of the day, it's you. Anyway, I'm conscious of time. It's a very long story, but just to summarize it, I survived. But I think that was the closest I was to losing my job. And I learned a lot from that experience, because I remember me and my boss going to Paris on Eurostar. We both thought we were going to lose our jobs. When we went there, we came back with our jobs. So, but I learned a lot from that experience, and I think it really sort of, it was the backbone of my success in my career in HSBC, because I went there as a very different person. My other example in terms of moving, I would say, I think it's very important, and I think Tendai touched on it as well, on family. Sometimes we think about our careers, but we don't always think about what does that mean to our families. So for instance, when I moved to Mauritius, I had socialized the idea with my wife, and my daughter was turning 16 then, and we had made a decision that if I get this job, she will stay behind, because she had secured a place in a very good school. Then I got the job, and my boss, who used to be CFO China, was my mentor and sponsor there. Then he had taught me about the family dynamics as well. Make sure that your family is happy before you go. Anyway, when I got the offer, I strategically thought, okay, fine, the best time to speak to it with my girls is around dinner. So, start of dinner, I tell the girls, oh, by the way, this is the situation, I got the job. Oh my God, then it was all tears all over. The one who had agreed to stay is saying, I'm not staying. The younger one was in year 6. Those who were here would know primary school, year 6 is very crucial for kids. That's the final year, and they do a lot together before. She's saying, I'm in year 6. How can I'm going into year 6. How can I lose this? So it was all over the place. But anyway, my advice, I think, on this is always think about family. I really think my move worked out very well. But I think if I were to make that move today, I'll probably do more or put more insights into the thinking around the family. But sometimes, and I think we mentioned about what is success to us in these roles. Success is not always like career progression. You can do it at the expense of your family. And is it really success? So for me, I think it's absolutely crucial to think about everything around you, including family. And I think that's the advice I'll give to everyone when they're considering moves. Yeah.
All right. Thank you, Lucas. I think, going back where I grew up, success is climbing up the corporate ladder and driving a very nice car, living in, the northern suburbs, shopping at Highland Park. If you don't know Highland Park, you haven't been to Zimbabwe. That's success to us. Buying my children a lot of gadgets, and whenever they start talking, just shove a gadget to them. That's been success. How we have, how most of us have defined success. Tendai, can you take us through how your experience with family and agility has helped you to thrive?
Thank you. You can hear me? Okay, good. So I will mention maybe 2 or 3 key decisions that I made which involved family. The first one was when I was in New York, and before then, at that time I was not married. The time difference was massive, with Zimbabwe. And when I was coming into the office, the people in Zimbabwe were leaving the office. I had a girlfriend who is now my wife, and I had to wait until midnight to call her because that would be then in the morning in Zimbabwe. And so that was the sort of the family side. And on the professional side, New York was a very large office. You were one face in a sea of faces. I had left Zimbabwe, I had qualified and assumed responsibility very quickly. And I found myself doing things that I was doing maybe 3 years, prior. And I remember asking myself, am I actually happy? Am I enjoying this? And everyone was happy for me, including my family. I still have a friend today who tells me that I wasted my visa because I left the US with like 2 years or so on my visa. But I made a decision. I was considering my family. I was considering the interactions that I had. And then the profession-wise, I was thinking about the progression. And I said, I'm going to leave New York. And the partner who was on the project that I was in sat me down and said, Tendai, this is America. You come from Zimbabwe. Why would you leave America? And it caused me to think. But one of the things that I've realized, even when you connect with family, it's important to be true to yourself. Everyone can look at you actually, or people around you can look at you and actually think, you are making it big, you are doing well. And everyone was happy for me. And I had friends in Zimbabwe who were trying to come to the US. And I've got the visa and I'm trying to leave the US. Imagine the conversation. So at that point, this is what I actually did. And I still encourage people to do it. I took 6 months off work. I didn't go to work for 6 months. I left New York. I went to Zimbabwe and I didn't work for 6 months, asking myself, what do I want to do with myself? You know, what do I really, what's important to me? And then after those 6 months, I didn't go back to New York. I came to the UK. I didn't regret it, I enjoyed it. 2 years later, we were expecting our first baby. And we didn't have family, we had friends. And 4 weeks before our baby was due, my wife was taken into hospital and she never came back home. They kept her, they said the blood pressure is too high, you can't go back, you know, and you need to stay in here. And I was in the hospital every day. And then the baby came. A few weeks before that, I actually had a position internally at Deloitte in corporate finance, which had been a dream for me. Before I qualified, I said, I always want to work in corporate finance. I got the job, and I was told, when do you want to start? And then the baby is coming, and we're having, you know, all the challenges. And then my wife had a C-section, no family. And I thought, this is the moment. I knew how we were going to be working in private equity transaction services. It was a choice. My wife, my family, or the dream that I have had. You know what? I gave it up. I never went to corporate finance. I never went to corporate finance, which was a dream, and I don't regret it because I made a decision for family. And my wife has supported me along the way, but I can be honest with you. If maybe I didn't make the right choice at that point, that could potentially have been maybe the end of my marriage, you know, because my wife, we had challenges after the baby was born because of the whole process. You know, some of you ladies here will know what it is like postnatal, you know, challenges that can happen. But what am I trying to say? Be honest with yourself, assess your situation. You know what? You can lose a year in career and you can get it back.
Wow.
But if you lose your wife, you may not get them back.
You know what? Tendai, I have, all right. Okay. Tendai, I have not seen the female species this happy in this conference. Yes, I thank you, Tendai, for making us so happy today. But one thing I learned from what Tendai said, 6 months with no salary. So what he said to me is, Nyasha, don't ask them to send you some more shopping money back, you know, from home. What you have spent or what you plan to spend is enough. Leave some for those 6 months. So ladies, as much as Tendai made us happy about what, I think let's not go and overshop. Right? Just in case we'll need those 6 months, they'll need to be funded by something. All right, so it has been interesting. I had more questions for my panel. I would have wanted to throw it back to the floor, but my new council member, I still need a salary when I get back home. Could I standing by the corner there looking at me like, director, time yakwan. All right, so thank you very much, my panelists. I appreciate it. Thank you very much. You have been a wonderful audience. Thank you. Assist with the gifts. Sorry, if all our panelists can come back for the group photo. Ladies and gentlemen, a round of applause again for our panelists. Right, thank you, ladies and gentlemen. So, 2 announcements. The first one, there will be a second bus for the golfers leaving at 11 a.m. So all the golfers with the tee-off time between 12 and 12:45, please be ready at the Tyler Court reception. So all golfers with tee-off times 12 to 12:45, be at Tyler Court by 11 a.m. The second announcement, after lunch, there'll be a free guided tour of the Canterbury Town Centre. If you'd like to join, please meet at Tyler Court at 2 p.m. sharp. Please note it's a walking tour. Sorry? All right. Sorry. So it is a walking tour to go, but to come back, there's a bus ride. So hopefully that will be consolation. So we're now due for our tea break, but in the interest of time, so that you can still get your time in the afternoon, please can we make it more of a stretch break, go out, stretch, get your refreshments, and come back so that we can start the next session at 10:45. So that'll give you 17 minutes. Thank you.
Intra-African trade and AFCFTA implementation, industrialization and export development, leadership in global trade banking in Africa, and financial sustainability. Through Pillar 1, we aim to finance and extend promotion of intra-African trade by developing key, often groundbreaking interventionist initiatives, including the Intra-African Trade Fair, created in collaboration with the African Union Commission and AFCFTA Secretariat. The premier cross-sector platform driving exposure and information exchange for Africa's brands, goods, and services. The AFCFTA Adjustment Fund to help African states adjust to the new liberated and integrated AFCFTA trading environment by mitigating against tariff revenue losses, including through compensation for eligible countries. The Afreximbank African Collaborative Transit Guarantee Scheme to streamline the movement of goods across 110 African borders, which began operation in the COMESA region with the intention to run continent-wide in time. And the Creative Africa Nexus, CANEX, our flagship program to help Africa's creative and cultural industries, which seeks to position Africa's creative enterprises as attractive commercial assets, as viable components of global investment portfolios, and to enable strong African presence in global creative clusters. For Pillar 2, we have introduced multiple life-changing programs that stimulate the expansion and diversification of Africa's production and trade. Namely, the African Medical Center of Excellence, to improve Africa's healthcare landscape, mandated to develop quaternary-level hospitals in the sub-regions of Africa, specializing in complex diseases, saving and improving lives with full-service oncology, hematology, cardiology, general healthcare, and other essential services, including academic, residential, hospitality, and retail. Our African Quality Assurance Centers to offer state-of-the-art facilities for testing, certification, inspection, and training services to put Africa's products on the global stage where they belong. Industrial parks and export processing zones, we continue to play an active role in establishing these across Africa to advance industrialization in the face of the commodity dependence that affects many of Africa's nations. And the bank's project preparation unit, which supports the supply of investment-ready projects to bridge the infrastructure deficit on the continent. To this end, our Project Preparation Fund was established to address funding constraints to the preparation of bankable strategic development projects. For Pillar 3, we offer a range of financial programs and project financing to positively impact trade and economic development across the African continent, including our Trade Finance Program, which aims to consolidate and extend the bank's efforts to promote and finance African trade, with a strong focus on intra-African trade. It is intended to contribute towards building robust domestic and continental supply chains that enable a seamless flow of goods and services across Africa. And via our direct financing program, the bank provides pre- and post-export financing and trade-related corporate facilities directly to corporates. We also continually develop new initiatives and programs to expand our trade finance offerings, promote capacity building, and drive continuous innovation and digitalization. For instance, our Africa Trade Gateway, ATG, Solutions Marketplace, designed to support financial institutions and corporates with a digital trade ecosystem that integrates several Afreximbank initiatives, including PAPS, the Pan-African Payment and Settlement System, the game-changing first intercontinental payment infrastructure to expedite and enable cross-border payments for goods and services in Africa's 42 currencies. MANSA, a seminal repository platform to provide a single source of primary data need for customers' due diligence checks on African entities, financial institutions, corporates, and SMEs. TRADAR, a vital centralized digital hub for African trade and investment, offering market intelligence, including market screening and insights, and a central source for trade and investment regulations and legislative requirements for African markets. And finally, Afreximbank TradeLink, our digital supply chain finance solution for payables finance, empowering buyers to partner with a funding bank to allow that bank to finance or discount the invoices of its suppliers. And for Pillar 4, Afreximbank continues to maintain strong financial performance, coupled with robust development impact. The bank more than doubled its total assets in half a decade, from $15.97 billion in 2019 to $37.3 billion in 2023, and recorded a 66.07% year-on-year increase in net income to $756.1 million in 2023. In unstinting support of our member countries, Afreximbank has also consistently led continental efforts in response to global shocks, with initiatives including the Ukraine Crisis Adjustment Trade Financing Program, a $4 billion initiative in response to an urgent call from member states for intervention to manage the impact of the Ukraine crisis on African economies and businesses. The Pandemic Trade Impact Mitigation Facility, PATIMFA, a critically important intervention that saw close to $8 billion dispersed to mitigate against the adverse impacts of the COVID-19 pandemic on African economies and our people's health. Support for the Africa Union's Trade Vaccine Acquisition Trust, AVAT, via a $2 billion advanced procurement guarantee facility, making it possible to buy millions of COVID-19 vaccines for African and Caribbean countries to help our fellow Africans safely through a time of enormous vulnerability. And the co-development of the Africa Medical Supplies Platform, AMSP, with the African Union, an online marketplace enabling AU member states to purchase certified medical supplies on a pooled basis. The bank also provides payment and trade services in support of AMSP operations. The Afreximbank Group has a strong and experienced executive management team under the aegis of Professor Benedict Orama, President and Chairman of the Board of Directors, Afreximbank, and high-caliber staff members at every level, each of us honored to serve our great continent with tireless dedication. Afreximbank, transforming Africa's trade.
Your business is a living thing, growing and evolving based on the decisions you make, the directions you take. Chartered accountants have the breadth of skills, commitment to ethics, and global expertise to help your business thrive. We are uniquely experienced to make a difference to your world. Choose a difference maker. Choose a chartered accountant.
The African Export-Import Bank, a proudly Pan-African institution with a vision to transform Africa's trade. Our mission: to stimulate a consistent expansion, diversification, and development of African trade, while operating as a first-class, profit-oriented, socially responsible financial institution and a center of excellence in African trade matters. We are now the Afreximbank Group, comprising Afreximbank, our subsidiaries, FEDA, the Fund for Export Development in Africa, and Afrexinsure, offering specialized insurance for trade and investment in Africa, and our managed trust funds. We are headquartered in Cairo, with 6 regional offices and 1 in the Caribbean. And today, we represent global Africa, with 52 participating African states and 11 participating Caribbean states. Our strategy: to realize impact through purposeful interventions.
Christian is Kappa's chief executive.
Through Pillar 1,
He writes and speaks widely on associations, professions, and the not-for-profit sector.
We promote intra-African
Christian
trade
Hope.
via initiatives, including the Intra-African Trade Fair, to drive exposure for Africa's brands, goods, and services. The AFCFTA Adjustment Fund, to help African states adjust to the AFCFTA trading environment. The Afreximbank African Collaborative Transit Guarantee Scheme, to streamline movement of goods across African borders. And the Creative African Nexus, to support Africa's cultural industries. For Pillar 2, Industrialization and Export Development, we have introduced multiple initiatives, including the African Medical Center of Excellence, to improve Africa's healthcare landscape, our African Quality Assurance Centers, to test and certificate Africa's products, industrial
Jonathan
parks
Biwa is
and
currently
export
Senior
processing
Manager,
zones
International
to advance
Development at
industrialization and
ICAEW,
tackle
where he
commodity
leads
dependence,
strategic initiatives
and
to
our
strengthen the
project
Institute's
preparation
global footprint
to
and
support the
partnerships.
supply of investment-ready projects on the continent. For Pillar 3, Leadership in Global Trade Banking in Africa, initiatives include our Trade Finance Program to promote African trade and Direct Financing Program, providing financing and trade-related facilities to corporates. We also continually drive innovation and digitalization through our Africa Trade Gateway, a digital ecosystem that incorporates PAPS, Pan-African Payment and Settlement System, to expedite cross-border payments in Africa. MANSA, a single source of primary data for due diligence checks on African entities. TRADAR, a centralized digital hub of market intelligence and regulations for African markets. And Afreximbank TradeLink, enabling buyers to borrow against supplier invoices. And for Pillar 4, Financial Sustainability, Afreximbank performs strongly. The bank more than doubled its total assets in half a decade, from $15.97 billion in 2019 to $37.3 billion in 2023. The Afreximbank Group has an experienced executive management team led by its president, Professor Benedict Orama, and high-caliber staff at every level, honored to serve our continent with tireless dedication. Afreximbank, transforming Africa's trade.
Every dollar sent home from the diaspora by your loved ones represents their hard work and commitment to ensuring that you're all taken care of. That's why we want to ease their experience and make it more convenient. With Sasai Money Transfer, sending money from the diaspora is free, and you receive the money straight into your EcoCash USD wallet, ready for you to spend and cash out for free. That way, you can receive money, buy groceries, pay school fees, renew your insurance, pay bills, and more within a few taps on your phone. And you're guaranteed access to USD cash from any registered EcoCash outlet nationwide. Tell your family in the diaspora to send money with Sasai Money Transfer today. EcoCash. Live life the EcoCash way.
The African Export-Import Bank, a proudly Pan-African institution with a vision to transform Africa's trade. Our mission: to stimulate a consistent expansion, diversification, and development of African trade, while operating as a first-class, profit-oriented, socially responsible financial institution and a center of excellence in African trade matters. Today, we represent global Africa, with 52 participating African states and 11 participating Caribbean states. Our strategy: to realize impact through purposeful interventions based around 4 pillars. Pillar 1, intra-African trade and AFCFTA implementation. Pillar 2, industrialization and export development. Pillar 3, leadership in global trade banking in Africa. And Pillar 4, financial sustainability. Afreximbank, transforming Africa's trade.
Welcome to the 2025 ICAS Winter School and Investment Conference, set in the historical city of Canterbury at the University of Kent in the United Kingdom. This year's theme: Global Perspectives, Local Impact, the Evolving Role of Finance Experts. Because in today's complex world, it's not just about crunching numbers, it's about reshaping economies, driving investment, and redefining what it means to lead. We are bringing together a powerful community of thought leaders, policy shapers, trailblazing executives, and visionary entrepreneurs for 1 week of learning, collaboration, and strategic insight. Whether you are here to grow, to network, or to influence, you belong here. Our program is packed with forward-thinking discussions on the future of finance. Expect compelling conversations that include sustainability that delivers, disruption of technology in the financial arena, accountancy in the next decade, navigating the profession beyond gaming, how virtual reality is transforming business, the mental well-being of the professional. In collaboration with Financial Markets Indaba, our investment conference will shine a spotlight on opportunity from diaspora-led businesses to Zimbabwe's fintech frontier and trade partnerships with the UK. We explore how capital can drive development and growth sustainably. But we are not just talking business, we are making room for meaningful moments. Inauguration of the ICAS President, Gala Dinner, B2B meetings with financiers, investors, or corporates, golf tournament and networking, entertainment, a guided tour of London's landmarks, because some of the best conversations happen outside the boardroom. This is more than a conference. This is a journey of growth, purpose, and global connection. It's where Zimbabwe meets the world and where the future of finance takes shape. Welcome to the ICAS Winter School and Investment Conference 2025. Let's elevate conversations. Let's drive change. Let's shape the future together. In a world where finance shapes nations and communities, the role of experts is evolving faster than ever. This August, from the 24th to the 30th, 2025, the Institute of Chartered Accountants of Zimbabwe invites you to a transformative journey at the prestigious University of Kent in Canterbury, United Kingdom, under the theme Global Perspectives, Local Impact. This year's Winter School is where visionaries converge to redefine the future of finance. Explore how global trends, from sustainable investing to digital innovation, empower local economies and drive meaningful change. Gain cutting-edge insights, network with peers and pioneers, bridging continents and cultures in a setting steeped in academic excellence, nestled in the inspiring city of Canterbury. Are you ready to elevate your impact? Join us at the ICAS 2025 Winter School and become part of a legacy shaping the next generation of finance expertise. Register now.
Welcome to Ziki, the trusted ecosystem that keeps you connected. With Ziki Cash, you can send and receive money locally and internationally, instantly and securely. Explore Ziki Mall, your gateway to make your purchases and payments through Zimbabwe's digital mall. Pay your school fees or tertiary fees even from diaspora. Buy ZESA tokens, check or pay council bills, insurance, or find professional services, all in one convenient place. Looking to travel or enjoy entertainment? Ziki Travel and Entertainment lets you book accommodation and buy event tickets in Zimbabwe from the comfort of your home. Managing healthcare expenses? Ziki Health makes it easy to cover and manage your family's healthcare costs in Zimbabwe. Dreaming of owning property in Zimbabwe? With Ziki Properties, you can buy properties in Zimbabwe online, no matter where you are. Join the Ziki community today and experience a seamless, connected life. Ziki, where everything you need is just a click away. Visit us at zikimall.com and start your journey with Ziki today.
At ICAS, we believe that a strong profession takes care of its own. That's why we've launched the ICAS Member Welfare Insurance Initiative, a meaningful step towards helping members navigate life's most difficult moments together. Now, imagine this. What if your ordinary insurance, the kind you already pay for, could be cheaper and do more than just protect your car, your home, or your business? What if it could protect all of us, powered by our agent, ZimSelector? This smarter, community-driven approach turns everyday insurance into a powerful tool for collective security and support. This isn't new insurance. It's better insurance. Build on the strength of our professional community. When you route your personal and business cover through this ICAS endorsed group scheme, you unlock lower premiums through ICAS group buying power, tailored cover for your family, business, and professional risks, free advice and full service support, including claims handling. And most importantly, a portion of your premiums goes directly into the ICAS Member Welfare Fund, used to support members in need. That means, at no extra cost to you, you're helping ICAS provide funeral and hardship support to fellow members when they need it most. Many of us have experienced it. A colleague lost too soon, facing illness without adequate cover. A gifted accounting student dropping out due to lack of funds. It's never easy, and it's never forgotten. That's why ICAS is committed to helping more, doing more by making a difference, but can't do it without you. Support the ICAS Member Welfare Insurance Initiative. With just 40% member participation, we could raise over 50,000 every year. It's simple, it's smart, and it's for all of us. Contact ICAS agent Zim Selector today on customer services at zimselector.com or WhatsApp 0775 713 867 or 086 8800 3101. Together, we can cover more.
We've seen it with our own eyes. Grassroots heroes changing lives with next to nothing.
At the same time, billions flow into Africa from the diaspora, but with no clear path to fuel lasting change.
Now imagine if we could link these two powerful forces together. Generosity on one hand, and the grit on the ground.
That's the purpose of Remit Hope, a trusted connection, a bridge between hearts and hands, transparent, scalable, purpose-built.
Because when you give through Remit Hope, your impact multiplies. Every dollar is matched. You send $100, it becomes $200.
That's not just giving, that's doubling the difference.
You're not just sending money anymore. You're investing in classrooms, clinics, clean water, mothers and children, plus so much more.
You're shaping futures with precision, with purpose.
Let's do more together. No donation is too small to make a difference.
The African Export-Import Bank, a proudly Pan-African institution inspired by our forebears, established by treaty, mandated to finance, facilitate, and ultimately transform the structure of Africa's trade and deliver lasting impact for our great continent. For over 30 years, we have taken decisive action through innovative instruments to accelerate industrialization and intra-regional trade and power economic growth. We've dispersed over $100 billion and grown into an organization with over $37 billion in total assets and guarantees and $6 billion in shareholders' funds. Our mandate: to finance, promote, and facilitate intra and extra-African trade via credit, risk-bearing, payment services, trade information, and advisory services. Our vision: to transform Africa's trade. Our mission: to stimulate a consistent expansion, diversification, and development of African trade, while operating as a first-class, profit-oriented, socially responsible financial institution and a center of excellence in African trade matters. We have evolved significantly through the decades to become the Afreximbank Group, with Afreximbank at its heart, now augmented by its subsidiaries and managed trust funds. Our subsidiaries are FEDA, the Fund for Export Development in Africa, the bank's Impact Equity Fund, providing long-term funding for export manufacturing, intra-Africa trade, and value-added services to help transform Africa's trade. And Afrexinsure, offering specialized insurance to clients engaged in trade and trade-enabling investments in Africa. Built on our deep understanding of the African market, our risk expertise, and presence across the continent. We are headquartered in Cairo with 6 regional offices and a Caribbean office in Barbados, opened in August 2023. Our shareholding structure is unique with 4 classes agreed on the basis of public-private partnership to help us deliver on the vision of pursuing trade development through commercial approaches. And as of today, we represent a global Africa with 52 participating African states and 11 participating Caribbean states, determined to drive shared prosperity. Our strategy is focused on realizing lasting impact through purposeful interventions, aligning with Africa's development priorities, and based on 4 key pillars: intra-African trade and AFCFTA implementation, industrialization and export development, leadership in global trade banking in Africa, and financial sustainability. Through Pillar 1, we aim to finance and extend promotion of intra-African trade by developing key, often groundbreaking interventionist initiatives, including the Intra-African Trade Fair, created in collaboration with the African Union Commission and AFCFTA Secretariat, the premier cross-sector platform driving exposure and information exchange for Africa's brands, goods, and services, the AFCFTA Adjustment Fund to help African states adjust to the new liberated and integrated AFCFTA trading environment by mitigating against tariff revenue losses, including through compensation for eligible countries. The Afreximbank African Collaborative Transit Guarantee Scheme to streamline the movement of goods across 110 African borders, which began operation in the COMESA region with the intention to run continent-wide in time. And the Creative Africa Nexus, CANEX, our flagship program to help Africa's creative and cultural industries, which seeks to position Africa's creative enterprises as attractive commercial assets, as viable components of global investment portfolios, and to enable strong African presence in global creative clusters. For Pillar 2, we have introduced multiple life-changing programs that stimulate the expansion and diversification of Africa's production and trade. Namely, the African Medical Center of Excellence, to improve Africa's healthcare landscape, mandated to develop quaternary-level hospitals in the sub-regions of Africa, specializing in complex diseases, saving and improving lives with full-service oncology, hematology, cardiology, general healthcare, and other essential services, including academic, residential, hospitality, and retail. Our African Quality Assurance Centers to offer state-of-the-art facilities for testing, certification, inspection, and training services to put Africa's products on the global stage where they belong. Industrial parks and export processing zones, we continue to play an active role in establishing these across Africa to advance industrialization in the face of the commodity dependence that affects many of Africa's nations. And the bank's Project Preparation Unit, which supports the supply of investment-ready projects to bridge the infrastructure deficit on the continent. To this end, our Project Preparation...
Ladies and gentlemen, not yet. Ladies and gentlemen, it's working, okay. Ladies and gentlemen, ladies and gentlemen, can we settle down, please? Thank you. Okay. All right. Thank you. So before we get into the next session, which is a presentation, we'll have 3 minutes of reflections from the sessions held so far. Mr. Stanford Gwanzira wanted to share some reflections with the members. I have agreed to 3 minutes.
I begged for the 3 minutes. I just wanted to say I'm a dinosaur. I'm 70 years old. Maybe not relevant to AI. My 3 minutes, I'm going to challenge you. It's like this. We've been talking, when I was listening to people saying, I'm employed. And I'm thinking it's a wrong thinking as a CA. You have been given a certificate or you earned a certificate that you are misusing and you need to be stripped of it. CAs need to be employers. That's the bottom line. Because we only have 24 hours in a day, and you're actually selling a limited resource. And work out, if you're going to retire at 70, how much are you going to be worth? All of you will die poor people. It is that simple. Or let me put it in perspective. If you go blind today, what's going to happen to you? Okay. I realize that I have only 24 hours. I wake up every morning, 5 o'clock, you won't find me in bed, to assign people to do what I want to do. So you are a CA, and I employ CAs, I employ engineers, and they are working for me. I don't know, who is representing Old Mutual here? Okay. I do have something in Old Mutual, but that was before I got clever. I now put all my resources into human resources because they will outlive Old Mutual and they will outlive me. So at the end of the day, I think I've got 2 chartered accountants, I've got 4 engineers that are working for me, and all of them, they're actually working to make me rich, and I'm here. After this winter school, I'm going to Rome, then I'm going to Greece on holiday. But if you ask me what's happening in my business today, I can tell you how many shoes have been manufactured. On a daily basis, I know, because the reports are coming to me while I'm enjoying myself. So as chartered accountants, what I'm saying to you is, let's start thinking where we want to go. I'll tell you what actually happened. I trained with J.D. Kennedy and Company. I don't know if any remember that. And when I was in my second year, I was already doing partner work. You understand what I'm saying? And when I qualified, he said to me, are you going to leave me or stay with me? I said, it all depends. And he said, on what? And I said, 2 conditions. 1, if you can accept my resignation now, effective 10 years. That's the first one. Second one, I said to him, I need 2 or 3 clients. And any time I do after hours, it's going to be invoiced to you. And he agreed. Okay. That changed everything for me. And after 10 years, or 7 months to 10 years, I said to him, by the way, you haven't replaced me, I'm going. And he said, I thought you were not serious. I said, no, we shook on it. It was my journey, my race, not yours. Don't run somebody else's journey. Think about you, where you want to be in 10 years' time, and run that journey on your own. Yeah, people can help you, but it's your journey. If you run and you say, I want to be like Gwanzura, I want to be like that, you are going to be in trouble, because I might go that way, and you end up nowhere. So please, as chartered accountants, let's look at self-empowering. And when we do, you can retire a happy person. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Gwanzura, for those reflections. So our next session is on the mental well-being of the professional. We will have 2 presentations, and our first speaker is Dr. Christian Holmes.
Christian is CABA's chief executive. He writes and speaks widely on associations, professions and the not-for-profit sector. Christian holds a PhD from the University of Leicester that explored associations and professions. Prior to joining CABA in April 2020, he was Deputy Chief Executive and Chief Operating Officer of the British Association for Counselling and Psychotherapy, helping grow the organisation to 52,000 members. Before this, he was Marketing Director for the Institution of Chemical Engineers. He has worked in the mental health well-being sector for over 20 years. Christian is a Fellow of the IOD and a member of CMI.
Hello. Normally when people are talking about me, it's not so polite. I'm going to talk to you a little bit about mental health. Difficult subject, I imagine. I'm not going to ask anybody to declare their mental health, but I am going to talk about mine. I'm going to talk about my journey, and I'm going to talk about the things that I've learned and the things that I try to do from a position of power in the organisation that I work for. It works. So, I'm CEO of an organisation called CABA. CABA, probably haven't heard of, that's okay. CABA was formed at the very same time that ICAW was formed, and it was formed by the very same people that created ICAW. In ICAW, they created a professional body to set standards, and in CABA, they created an organisation to care for chartered accountants. It's an incredible piece of foresight from the people that started this profession in the UK to set up a similar body. CABA does 5 things. We provide financial support to people that need financial support. We provide mental health to people that need mental health support or don't feel comfortable, and we'll talk about that, don't feel comfortable about seeking mental health within their own organisations. We provide legal support because people get themselves into all sorts of difficulties. We give an awful lot of advice, and we try and provide a form of education. And just to give you a scale, we're only a small organisation. We give about £1 million UK a year out in financial grants. We spend about 1.2 million on counselling and mental health support for chartered accountants. In total, we spend around £6 million a year trying to support our community. And that's what we do. We don't, I'm not here to raise funds. We don't fundraise. All we do is care. So that's the organisation I look after, and that's the organisation I am proud to be CEO of, and I'm very proud and privileged to be here to talk to you about one aspect of that work, which is mental health. You heard before my public story. I was a marketing director for a chartered professional body. I spent 20 years mainstreaming mental health and broadening the support and access to mental health. And I've spent 5 years with CABA. That's my public story. That's the thing that appears on LinkedIn, and that's the thing that I often show to people. My private story, very different. Left school at 16, worked very hard, ended up going to night school to get my degree, then my master's, and still to get my PhD, ended up doing that at night school, so I never really got to go to a proper university and be a student. And through that career, through the Institution of Chemical Engineers, through BACP, through CABA, my career hasn't been linear. I didn't start off at the bottom of an organisation and work my way up to CEO. just on pure talent. I had some tough times in my career. Those tough times predominantly were about my mental health, not my technical ability. And I don't see that as a weakness. I am who I am in a very authentic way. I'm CEO through everything I've become and everything that I've achieved, including my struggles. Mental health for me, I worked in a very high-performance organisation that manifested as itching. I got very itchy, particularly when I was when I had to perform and I was underperforming. In other organisations, I found it really stressful. I got sleepy. I fell asleep. I would come home and just go to sleep. Other times in my life, I've not been sleepy at all. I can't sleep, and I've got my mind is on. I live with my mental health. I don't worry about it too much because the longer that I've lived with it, the more I've understood what my triggers are, how to cope, and how to perform. And I do perform. How to perform well with who I am. I saw one of the things that made a big difference to me is I went to see a therapist, and we can talk about therapy. I went to see a therapist, and I said, I'm really struggling to be authentic. The organisation wants me to perform, the organisation wants me to be a star all the time, and there are bits of me that are scared, there are bits of me that are unsure, there are bits of me that are underconfident. And my psychotherapist talked to me about something called multiple personalities, and we all are multiple personalities. Inside me, there's probably a 16-year-old, very scared boy, slightly nervous today. He's back out again. There's a confident 23-year-old. There is a whole series of different people. There's somebody that loves public speaking, and there's somebody that hates public speaking. And my psychotherapist helped me understand that I just have to find the right actors within myself and bring them to the fore, to accentuate the ones when they're needed, to put the ones that are probably full of doubt at the back of my mind, the one that doesn't like public speaking and doesn't like to be centre of attention, is somewhere backstage at the moment. They'll come out later on the train and they can have their time. So I managed myself and all of my personalities in a way that is authentic, but is the best possible version of me. Mental health and accountancy, really rewarding profession, but incredibly stressful profession as well. Your main stressors as an accountant are likely to come from 6 things, and it's not going to be one of 6, it's probably 3, 4 or 5, and you'll experience these throughout. There's no doubt that research, Chartered Accountants Worldwide have got a great paper on mental health, BACP, shining a light on mental health, CAPA, the work that we've done. Workload is one of the primary drivers of poor mental health in the profession. We'll talk about instances in a minute. Long hours. And it's interesting because there's a piece of research that came out tail end of last week that said we're likely to be more productive the less hours that we work. But we haven't quite, as a profession, got a grip on that one yet. But there are movements like the 4-day week, which seem to be creating more productivity in less hours, but we're still working long hours. The complexity of our role, particularly with regulation, is a stressor. Sometimes the lack of autonomy, particularly in accountancy, is a stressor. Those of you that work with clients, you'll know that there's a great quote by Professor Carrie Cooper that said, stress is only caused by other people. If you are sitting, working in a CNC lathe, you can only go as fast as that lathe can do, you can only produce the things that that lathe can produce. But the minute you had a client or a boss or somebody else with demands on you, your stress levels go up. So stress is predominantly driven by other people. But you can't get away from other people in this profession, so we're going to have to learn how to manage that. I find it easier, and probably all do, to talk about physical health rather than mental health. It would be a much easier presentation for me to stand in front of you and talk about, I've broken my ankle, I've broken my arm, I've broken my finger, fractured my skull, playing football. Those things, easy. There's no hesitation in my voice. I feel really comfortable talking about that. But if I'm talking to you about the times that I've wanted to quit my job, the times that I have cried and not known how to go on, or the times I felt lower than that, That's much more difficult, and I can feel my mouth getting dry just talking about it. But I'm going to, because that hopefully normalises it. And again, no stigma and no shame. The Sumerian quote, and if it's been around since the time of Samaria, it probably stands true, and it manifests in so many different cultures, that the oak and the reed, and the oak pretends to be strong but gets blown down in the gales, and the reed just bends with the wind and stays strong. And sometimes strength is about flexibility, not about those sort of old manifestations. And I love that quote about reeds and oak, and which is stronger. Stress itself, we all need stress. Stress has become quite a difficult, emotionally charged word. I'm not so athletic, but I do like cycling. I need to stress my muscles. I need to stress a whole series of things to be able to perform. Stress is both good and bad. Stress isn't something to be avoided. It's not something to take away from people. It helps us perform, and it helps us perform really well. But the wrong type of stress certainly doesn't, and we can look at some of that. 70 years ago, a psychologist called Maslow started to try and figure out the human condition, and it's been around for 70 years. And it talks about Maslow's hierarchy of needs, that at the bottom we need our physiological needs, then we need safety, love and belonging, esteem, and then at the very top we start to self-actualize. And this is a very rewarding career. If you ask the person on the street about accountancy, they'd probably say that you were at the top of Maslow's hierarchy of needs. You were self-actualizing, financially rewarded, interesting job, interesting career. But we notice that at the very bottom of Maslow's hierarchy of needs, there's some big numbers. 40 to 50% will look at those numbers of accountants are feeling stressed. That's right down at the bottom. That's a physiological need. 30 to 40% of accountants aren't getting enough sleep. I hope you get enough sleep at conference, but maybe when you go back into your job, maybe not. I'm not going there, but we will. But even for a successful profession, based on a hackneyed old model, there are some concerns, but there are things we can do about it. These are stats from CABA's work when it wanted to look at stress and burnout. And when we surveyed ICAW's members, we found that over half readily admitted to symptoms of stress and burnout. They were feeling it today. 70% of us feel that we're more stressed today than we were this time last year. So it's accumulating for a lot of people. These are big numbers. I do hope you're not feeling emotionally drained in my presentation. We'll lift you up at the end, honestly. 44% feeling emotionally drained. A third would say that they're clinically depressed. And 8% feel significantly overwhelmed. 1 in 12 of us. Now, I'm not giving you these numbers to say it's a difficult profession. I'm giving you these numbers because I imagine in this room, half of you will feel this at some point. And I want you to feel normalised through feeling that. That despite all the other public displays that come from the profession, you are members of a profession that find it quite stressful. And it's not just accountancy. It tends to be any old, highly regarded profession where you have to use your judgment to make decisions. So our numbers are no different than lawyers' numbers. But they're still big. They're still big. And one of the things that we probably haven't concentrated on as a profession is developing our soft skills and our people skills. You know, we talked about there's no stress without adding other people into the mix. If we haven't developed our soft skills and our people skills enough, we're always going to find stressors. So there's things that we can do. One of the other things that I think is really significant, and particularly if you're about to have a happy retirement and you're responsible for other people in your organisation, is that the world has become increasingly complicated for people. And when we talk to people about stress, they're not just saying accountancy is a stressful profession. They're also saying that their home lives and their personal networks and lives are also stressors. And when you combine a busy home life, maybe you're a parent, maybe you're a carer, a busy work life, and a busy, difficult social network, for some people it's the mix of all three that become overwhelming. You can't just make work easier for people. You've got to take people as a whole, and you've got to bring your whole, I challenge people to bring their whole authentic self to work. And that means bringing their family, and that means bringing their parents, and that means bringing their children that have just been misbehaving, and their friends that they've fallen out with into that workplace, because they're all parts of the stresses and they're all part of how we perform. Oh, I'm back again to those slides. Sorry about that. Or am I going backwards? I'm going backwards. I'm probably going backwards. The beauty of all of this is that resilience isn't something some people can do and other people can't do. There's nothing genetic about resilience. There is something genetic about how we respond to stress. That we can't do anything about. The same as there's something genetic about how happy we can feel. But there's nothing genetic about our ability to be resilient. It can all be learnt. And from that, we can look at the research and try and find out what resilient people do. What do resilient people do that help them not feel those stresses? I've got to look down here. Sorry, I keep looking behind myself. 4 things really resilient people do when stressful situations. You can look to yourself. They don't wait. They don't wait to see whether the situation is going to get worse or not. And I say that as a procrastinator. I can think, maybe it'll sort itself out. Resilient people tend to recognise it and start to act on it. Next one's really difficult. They socialise the problem. So if you internalise the problem, if you're feeling stressed and it's on your shoulders, and you don't socialise it, particularly in a work environment, your stress levels are likely to go up. Resilient people talk to other people about how they're feeling and what's going on, and they start to share. There's enough proverbs about a problem shared, isn't there? The sort of the older than the resilience movement. But that's what resilient people do. I'm there. They recognise a stressful situation. So they recognise what they can do and what they can't do. So they're very, very good at compartmentalising the things that are beyond their control. And finally, they practice self-compassion. I'm not going to do it, but this would be the point that I would ask you to put your hands up if you practice self-compassion. If you are kind to yourself, even in the most difficult situations. Resilient people are. Resilient people are. I've got 5 minutes left, so I've got two other frameworks to show you. There are 3 C's, an interesting one, but a variation of the theme, your commitment to yourself, your area of control in situation, and just dealing with the bits that you can control, and the mental attitude you bring to the stressful environment, whether you see it and you run away from it, or whether you see stress and challenge as an opportunity to do something. And that's quite a toughie. But if you practice it, becomes quite easy. We can all do these 10 things. We can build our connections. Conference is a brilliant way of doing that. We can join a group outside of work, because stress and being alone is horrendous. There's the physical side of eating well, and I'm one that reaches for I don't drink anymore, but I reach for the jam donuts the minute I feel stressed, or the chocolate and things of that nature. Probably don't practice that one particularly well. I do practice mindfulness, well worth a look at if you can sort of, a couple of YouTube videos. Avoid those things those people that are going to make it worse. But then there's some proactive stuff. There's proactively dealing with stress. There's trying to help others, either in the situation itself, or again, resilient people tend to help others outside of that. So in the home life and the community and the things that they're part of. Always try and move towards your goals, even with the setback that you've got. And keep perspective. Perspective is really difficult. The perspective I've got as a 55-year-old who's been through some really difficult times is that I got here. So I know I'll probably be here next year and the year after, even though the world will send me some really interesting challenges. If it's not you, if you don't suffer from stress, and I met a senior accountant when I joined CABA 5 years ago, and I said, look, we have to talk about stress in the profession. The senior accountant, senior partner, not an ICAW staff member, senior partner said, yes, I have some women that cry in my office. He gendered it, and he said stress was about crying. And you thought, you've missed the point. You've fundamentally missed the point. When I became CEO of CABA 5 years ago, I wanted to achieve two things. I wanted to make a great supportive organisation that was here to support chartered accountants, but I also wanted it to be a pretty decent place to work. And I didn't want to remove the stress from everybody, but I wanted to make sure that we weren't creating bad stress in the organisation. Creating a psychologically safe culture is really important. The only people that determine whether you've got a psychological safe culture or you feel safe is you or the staff that you're working with, the team that you're working with. Do that as a priority. Have meaningful conversations. If somebody is struggling, talk to them. Don't send them to HR. Don't sack them. Don't pat them on the shoulder and say it'll be all right, or send them home to sort themselves out. Be adult enough to have a meaningful conversation. Be supportive and be proactive. And the last one, which I hope I've done today, is be open and authentic. Chances are 1 in 2 of us will struggle with our mental health during our lifetime. Any point in time, 1 in 4 of us, regardless of being an accountant, will struggle with a mental health challenge in the course of a year. You can afford to be authentic. I don't think it's a sign of weakness. I think it's a sign of strength. There used to be an old saying that a diamond is a piece of coal that's been successful under pressure. It's a terrible, horrible phrase. I'd much prefer this one with the gemstone. That gemstones are only created by rubbing, and we only achieve our potential through a little bit of support and a little bit of grit applied. But let's be careful when we do that. So that's me. That's a really quick run through of stress, of mental health, of my story, of a challenge to you, some tools that you may not want to use. But even if you're not in that position, I do challenge you that this is a difficult and challenging profession for lots of people. If you find yourself in a position of power, help them out, because I've still been quite successful even though I've had my difficulties, and it's through the kindness of bosses, colleagues and friends that have got me there. So we can all be that to each other. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Christian Holmes. So please keep your questions. We'll have 5 minutes of questions at the end. So next we will have Jonathan Bewe to present to us. Please give him a warm welcome to this one.
Jonathan Bewe is currently Senior Manager, International Development at ICAEW, where he leads strategic initiatives to strengthen the Institute's global footprint and partnerships. He brings over 3 decades of experience in professional education, accountancy development, and international capacity building. Previously, he served as Head of Education and Development for West Africa at ACCA, where he spearheaded regional growth and strengthened relationships with regulators, employers, and learning providers. His earlier roles at ACCA included Tuition Support Manager and Senior Technical Advisor in Financial Management and Management Accounting, providing technical expertise and education strategy support across multiple markets. Before joining the global accountancy bodies, Jonathan held senior academic and leadership positions in Botswana and Malawi, including at Botswana Accountancy College, Botswana Center for Accounting Studies, and the Malawi College of Accountancy. He is a Fellow of ACCA, FCCA, and holds a Master of Science in Accounting and Finance from the University of Stirling.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. Yeah, I was testing if you are wide awake. Good afternoon, everyone. Good morning. Yeah, I've just had a note. You saw the director of ceremony or master of ceremony passing a note. And when you get that as a speaker, just before lunch, it's actually almost certainly saying, sit down, we want to go for lunch. But surprisingly, she gave me more time than I actually wanted or needed. And we'll have more time for questions around mental health. I just need 5-10 minutes with you. But before I start, I want to thank ICAZ for inviting ICAW to participate in this conference and contribute to the conversations, which, in 1.5 days, I've learned a lot. Thank you, Bryce, and thank you, Charity. I haven't seen Charity today. Yeah, she's not, yeah. For inviting us to be part of this experience. On a personal note, and I personalize things a lot. On a personal note, I've spent 3 decades wishing I went to an ICAZ winter school, believe it or not. 3 decades I've waited to go to... to go to Vic Falls. And when you've waited that long and suddenly Vic Falls comes to you, and we have a winter school, ICAZ winter school, in the middle of Kent, in summer, and you've brought the summer with you. I think you should start thinking of rebranding that conference. It can't be a winter school when we can enjoy the weather like this. So thank you for that. There really are 2 things I want to do, and only 2 things. One slide, just one slide, and that's it. First, I want to just talk about, GEO membership, ICAW, ICAZ, GEO membership. Maybe to some of you, especially those who are developing their career in the UK, but also for some of you, when you go back home in Zimbabwe, you start aspiring to explore these shores and develop your career in the UK. So that's the first thing I want to talk about, maybe for 5 minutes. And then I also want to give an opportunity to you to ask questions which you may not have asked in the last 1.5 days. And certainly, if you do have any question to Dr. Chris from CABA, I want to give that opportunity to you to ask those questions. You may have generic questions, nothing to do with AI and nothing to do with sustainability. Maybe something to do with ICAW. I want to give you that opportunity to do that. So, first of all, the dual membership. How can you become a dual member? And most importantly, why should you consider becoming a dual member when you're comfortable with your membership of ICAZ? And I'll start with the easier of the two questions, which is why, sorry, not why, how can you become a dual member? Because it's very simple. As simple as go pick the form from ICAW, and if you're old school like me, or better, just download one. Click on your phones, that barcode, and you're halfway through becoming an ICAW member. I promise you. You go through the process. It's a painless process. And all we need to know is you are a member of ICAZ in good reputation, in good standing with ICAZ, and you intend to keep it that way. This is not switching camp. It's making the camp bigger for your career development. And yeah, I do get this question quite a lot. I want to become ICAW, but, and I'll talk about the but later on, because there is a big but, because most people think, oh, I want to dump ICAZ and become ICAW. No, it's not going to happen. You need to be a member in good standing, not only before, but even after you've joined ICAW. And there are no exams, no questions we're going to ask, thanks to a reciprocal membership agreement which has lasted decades with ICAZ, first done in 2012 or somewhere there, 2010, where we recognize each other's standards and each other's training, and that relationship is what gives rise to you as ICAZ being able to just walk through and become an ICAW member of ICAW family. And we are, both organizations are members of the Chartered Accountants Worldwide, so we share a lot, and it's in recognition of that that we want to keep the door open, in fact, open it wider for you, especially if you're going to be working in the UK. The more difficult question I want to address, I won't address it in 5 minutes and fully, but just to give some thought, is why should you become a dual member? Why should you even consider becoming a member of ICAW when you're absolutely comfortable with your membership of ICAZ? I can put it in a more direct way. Why have some of you become ICAW members while retaining your membership of ICAZ, including the president? Where is Tendai? She's decided to go with a colorful. Oh yeah, there she is. There are a few of you. I can point at a few. Why did they decide? No, I'm going to be ICAW again. And there are a number of reasons, maybe 3 or 4 I just want to touch here. Maybe the very first one is you're in the UK, you want to really develop your career in the UK, and ICAZ will support you like they've always done, because that's their job, that's a professional body. But you can get more support to really develop your career whilst you're in the UK by becoming a member of one of the home bodies at ICAW. And I think if you're going to come to the UK, holiday, then forget about ICAW. Just enjoy yourself. Go to the Highlands. But if you're going to come to the UK to really further your career, you won't go wrong thinking and considering becoming an ICAW member, because they will give you UK focus, and we will provide you, in addition to what ICAZ will provide you, will continue to provide you, will provide you UK focused support. We've got faculties. It doesn't matter what part of the industry you want to be in, whether in practice, in financial services, we've got faculties that will cater for your career in the UK. In fact, maybe develop even other opportunities while you're here. So that's the very first reason you might want to consider becoming ICAW. The second one, the pretty obvious one, maybe an extension of that, is the good old CPD. We need to continue to develop, and it's an obvious one, but when you're in the UK, you probably want CPD that speaks to the kind of work environment in which you're working, over and above learning those standards and the new legislation that's coming up, which you need to, but then you are in the UK and you won't go wrong. So in the last 1.5 days, we've talked about challenges like sustainability, AI. ICAW has invested a lot in supporting our members cope with those professional challenges now, especially if you are like me, or some of you who qualified a long time ago, and you're on the verge of giving up. Do I really need to go through this sustainability AI business, or I can count my chickens and then just give up? So if you did join ICAW, you would be part of that support. Mark didn't talk about the Sustainability Accelerator Program, which is one of the most recent products we've developed to support our members. Beautiful program. If you go through that program, you won't need another hour of CPD. In fact, it gives you more than a year's worth of CPD. For free, if you are a member of ICAW. If you try to use it, we do allow other members to access that program. It will cost you 450 quid. So, it is worth considering sustainability. We've just finished developing an AI, similar program that will help members, especially like me, who are a little more challenged with technology. Yes, I am. The next one, I think it's good we talk about this, call it belonging. Now, Zimbabweans are very good at socializing. There's no question about it. You come to the UK, you want to be an accountant, especially if you live somewhere, west of London, around Slough. You don't need anybody. You manage, you grow your career because there will be some Zimbabwean next to you, some accountant Zimbabwean next to you who you can work with. But actually, you might want to broaden your association a little bit more. So if you wanted to see Mark from yesterday's conversation, Mark is a local boy, in Kent. If you want to see Mark, join ICAW, and if you live or work around Kent, join ICAW, and immediately you are connected to the Kent network of members, and suddenly MHA and all the work that Mark is doing on sustainability is on your doorstep, and engage that way. So I'm not saying stop socializing within your communities. That's great, but at a professional level, you put yourself in a very, very strong position if you join one of the home bodies. And lastly, but not least, Kaba. When you do need help, you got Kaba. And I won't go through everything that Dr. Chris covered. You may, at some point, you may be lucky, you won't need cover, but you may, at some point, need cover, or your family will need cover, and joining ICAW puts you in that position. Now, the cover do more than mental health. You saw the second slide had 5 different things they do. It's more than mental health. So, join ICAW, get looked after before you lose it all, perhaps before you get to that tail end where it becomes a mental issue and you can manage the stress and so on. So I would like to invite those who are in the country and proudly ICAZ to consider ICAW alongside that, and those who are aspiring to come back. So you go back maybe next week, but you think, oh, I like the weather, maybe I should go and work in the UK. Yes, it's like this in Kent throughout the year. Thank you. On that note, I do want to invite you to ask any question which you might have packed. You might have packed yesterday when Mark was over here. You might have packed those questions when the AI guys were running the show here, because maybe that question is more ICAW type question than the topic itself. And in fact, you might want to ask Dr. Chris a question. So is this the point Dr. Chris should also come here so we can answer those questions together? Thank you. Any question? For how long? 5 minutes?
5 minutes.
5 minutes. And just for the record, I'm still within the time I was given. Can you believe it? It works sometimes.
I'll ask if nobody's asking. In July, I came in to watch tennis. So I was at Wimbledon for the whole weekend. I enjoyed it, but I went to buy some food. So I walked in, and there was a lady at the entrance, and she says, "Do you have a credit card?" I said, "Yes." She said, "Just tap it there." So I tapped, and another colleague who also tapped. So we went in. And they said, just pick anything that you want. So we went in and picked cold drinks and all that. And then I was holding like this, and then I gave the colleague another item. And we went out. As we went out, AI charged. But it also charged what I'd given the guy to hold for me. Now, and there was nobody there. The only person was at the back feeding the shelves. Okay, I'm thinking in the background, AI was transacting all that. AI was writing cash books. AI was posting to the ledgers and doing the financials. And I'm here. I'm being told it's not taking our jobs away. I do not understand it. And obviously, at certain levels, it is taking over. Unless we as accountants now have to look at AI, what AI is doing, then it's going to be limited on what AI is doing. But we are not going to be it's even going to analyze financials for us. So, and then you have to actually look at where all of us become partners reviewing what our employee AI is doing. That's how I understand AI, and at 70, it scares the hell out of me.
Well, thank you for sharing that story. I think there is more than user scared in the background. But I think the last 1.5 days we've learned to accept AI, first of all. And then, like we've done over the centuries, the profession will find ways in overcoming that and recreating ourselves. So at ICAW, we're investing in ways and means through which our members will be living comfortably with the technology of the day, if not even make more money and enjoy themselves over a tennis game. Thank you. Thank you. I think there was a hand over there. Right on top. Oh.
Maybe to you, Dr. Chris. Where we come from, it's very difficult to ask help in terms of mental health. At what point should I be prompting myself? I know you gave us various models to use or just to manage and cope. At what point should I actually be telling myself that I really need to ask for help?
Thank you. That's a really tough question. I can give you two answers. None of them answer your question for you. CABA works internationally, and counselling as an intervention tends to travel quite well internationally, and it is becoming more developed. When I joined BACP, which was the professional body for counsellors 20 years ago, counselling, and I'm going to regret saying this, I think, but counselling was predominantly for white middle-class women that read a magazine called Cosmopolitan, which was for people that had not a lot else to do. We managed to play our part in making counselling multicultural and for all age groups, and for men in particular, which tend to lag a little bit behind in emotional intelligence. When should you ask for help? CABA provides a range of services, and it ranges from self-taught mental health through to something called cognitive behavioural therapy, where it's a solution-focused piece of work, through to traditional counselling, where they don't have the answers, you have the answers, and they talk to you, all the way through to psychology and a little bit of psychiatry. Accountants, per se, that come to CABA, leave it too late. 50% of the people that we refer to mental health support are referred to a psychologist, not a counsellor, which suggests as soon as you're feeling it, rather than when you feel the time is right to ask for help, because we're finding we're helping people who've left it far too long. And if we could get to them earlier and we could support you earlier, ideally you reach out when you feel that you're starting to struggle, not when you're struggling. But that's quite brave. As soon as you can. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Chris, for the work that you're doing via CABA. So my question is with regards to how CABA is funded, and perhaps as something that we can learn as ICAS as well, and maybe have a similar initiative. But also I wanted to understand a little bit about whether there is any cost to the individual or the members for when they're accessing the services provided by CABA, or whether that's kind of funded from their subscriptions.
So again, not giving you a straight answer, we're free, and we remain free. We're not part of a subscription. If you've joined ICAW, we will look after you. If you've left ICAW, we will look after you. Sometimes people leave ICAW because they're not in good standing and they need more support than anybody else, and CABA will continue to support. Sometimes we will help people. So if I give you a story of someone we've recently helped, they trained as a ACA. They took all that work and all that debt as they were learning, and then their parents became terminally ill. They had to become a carer, full-time carer, so they were never able to really enjoy the successes of being a chartered accountant. Well, CABA supports them. They had to leave ICAW because they're no longer practicing and couldn't afford it. CABA supports. CABA buys everything from school uniforms to batteries for chartered accountants who have intermittent power. We buy laptops for people whose firms won't allow them to take laptops home as their training. So it's, once you've been a member, it's better that you stay a member. We can keep in touch with you. We're here for you, and we're here for your dependents, your children, up until the age of 18 and sometimes a little bit longer. CABA's incredible. And I'm not saying that because I've got anything to sell. I don't fundraise. People have been incredibly generous and continue to be incredibly generous with their money. We receive about £1 million worth of unsolicited donations a year, and we sit on a reserve of about £130 million that's been given to us. And I have a board of chartered accountants, so they know how to make money. And we treat that as an endowment. And that allows us to look after it. We are, I sometimes feel a bit bad about saying this, but we are a fabulous socialist enterprise. It is your money donated. We are just the custodians of chartered accountants' money who've wanted to give it back to other people. We don't charge. Thank you.
Oh, one more. Thank you. Just, Dr. Chris, you talked about helping colleagues who may be going through stress. I just want to get your views about how would you go about it where you've got the genuine need and you want to help a colleague versus the potential that you might be intruding into someone's personal affairs. Any tactics on how to approach that situation?
So there's a lovely piece of research. And the lovely piece of research that's been repeated time and time again is that there's a feeling that talking about somebody about their problems is likely to make it worse for them. And all the research that exists, empirical research that's been going on for about 20 odd years, suggests that if you talk to somebody about their mental health, you make it better, not worse. So I know you might feel that you're imposing and you're treading, but you can just ask somebody how you're doing. You can be authentic, you can build your connections. If you need to point them to somebody, and that's probably where CABA comes in, and we try, and particularly if they're a member and have access to CABA, then just point them to us. And we'll pick those things up for people. 60% of people, accountants, don't feel safe about admitting mental health issues in the workplace. They feel that it's going to hold them back. I don't think there's any evidence that it does. And 50% don't trust their employer and the support that's given by their employer because they feel it will find its way back to the line manager and they will be stigmatized by it. So CABA does everything independently. If I was presented with your challenge and I didn't have CABA, I would talk to somebody about it. I would try to build some links, and I would try my best to source some help for them and point them in that direction to navigate them to some support. If I was the employer, I'd probably put my hand in my pocket and support them as well because it's the right thing to do. But if it was just a colleague, I would just try and help navigate them. The one thing, the best piece of advice you can give anybody, particularly if they go for counselling, is counselling doesn't work like accountancy. The counsellor is not the expert on you. You are always the expert on yourself. And the thing that makes counselling work isn't the qualifications or the doctor titles or anything like that. The thing that makes counselling work is whether you get on with your therapist and you feel you can trust them. And if you were talking to someone and they were really struggling, I would suggest that they go for therapy, and I would suggest to them that they speak to 3 or 4 therapists in that process and find the one that could work, they want to work with. And that piece of advice will take somebody in distress quite a way. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, Dr. Chris and Jonathan will be around over lunch. They are happy to engage further. Please use the time. So we've now come to the end of our program. Just before I close, I will give 2 minutes to Zelina Francis from Zim Selector.
Thank you.
Please give her a warm welcome.
Thank you very much, Kuda. Many of you have seen me behind the registration desk issuing out your tags and jackets and assume that I am part of the ICAS crew, which is an honorable situation for me to feel as part of the team, because I'm actually not a member of the ICAS staff team, but very much feel that I am. I represent a 5-year-long partnership with ICAS, where Zim Selector has been working with ICAS to create financial services products that make sense and add value to yourselves as members. And that includes things like your professional indemnity scheme, where we've created a scheme that makes professional indemnity far more cost efficient for you to acquire. It's otherwise an expensive product. But working with William and the ICAS team, we've created the professional indemnity group scheme, as well as other insurance products. That's not confining your insurer, because it's a multiple insurer arrangement, but it's just using your size as a group to create cost efficiency so that you can acquire your insurance products more cost efficiently. William talked, I think, at the opening about your welfare fund, and that welfare fund is creating the kind of platform that has been described today around the welfare scheme that Chris and our colleague here, Jonathan, has talked about, where for Zimbabwe, we want to use your insurance products and generate some commission via the ICAS scheme so that we can use some of that commission that ICAS will earn from your insurer to create the kind of capacity to purchase insurance products and other welfare support for members in need, students that may be struggling to finish their accountancy degrees in time because of hardships. And that's really me just introducing myself to say we've been working with ICAS. Victor behind on the technology side will be sharing a lot of the adverts. You've seen the advert that's come on there. It will be on your social media. This is not an alternative insurance product. This is just saying from ICAS, here's an indirect way of channeling your existing insurance for your businesses and for your personal insurances via the ICAS scheme, so that ICAS can create that capacity to purchase on your behalf the welfare products for your funeral, cash, payments, and family hardships. You can still stick with your same insurer should you choose, but it gives ICAS, when you purchase through the ICAS scheme, that capacity to create the kind of well-being products and support that even the ICAO team were talking about earlier today for the Zimbabwean market. So hopefully you'll be able to support that. All of the details are available on your ICAS website and can be reached through the ICAS team or through Zim Selector, but we're easily accessible via any member on the ICAS team can direct you to us. So it's been a pleasure working with you and meeting all of you over the last couple of days. Thank you very much for the opportunity, and we look forward to helping you channel and create that capacity for the Zimbabwean ICAS Welfare Fund. Thank you.
Thank you, Zelina. So, ladies and gentlemen, we have come to the end of the program for this morning. Before we close, just another thank you to our sponsors who have made this winter school and investment conference possible. So I'll mention them again: Financial Markets Indaba, Platinum Partners, Old Mutual, EcoCash, Afrexim Bank, gold sponsors CBZ Holdings, silver sponsors FBC Holdings, Zimbabwe Investment and Development Agency ZIDA, ZB Financial Holdings, Clear Mobitel, Remit Hope, Diaspora Insurance, the Southern African Times. Thank you, and a Round of applause for our sponsors. We will now break for lunch. Lunch is served in the same place. Okay. All right. Lunch is served in the same place. Please remember to take your name badge with you when you're going for lunch. I'm told they're going to be very strict today, so please remember that. And then remember there's the afternoon tour of the city. Tonight, the gala dinner is in the same place. Sorry, one conversation. Tonight, the gala dinner is in the same venue, 6:30. Please be on time. And the dress code is formal, black tie. It was sent on the group before the winter school. So, and the last announcement is the gifts for the MC. Right? Is that it? I can't get it for myself, right? On that note, you are excused. Enjoy the rest of the day.